Good morning, everyone. There we go. Stream is going. Hopefully you guys had a great Memorial weekend. I think I had a somewhat productive one. Hopefully you guys missed me a lot. You know, it's been 4 days. 4 days, yeah. 4-day weekend. I didn't work Friday. So, yeah. So we're starting a little early this morning. We technically are not supposed to be at the job site till 8:45. It's currently, what time is it currently? It's currently almost 8. Got a fuel tank full of fuel, and we're going to pick the skidster up because the mechanic did a whole bunch of work on it. So we're gonna run and load that up real quick. And then the job site's just up the road, so shouldn't be too bad. Hey, James. Well, Chris.
James Bond says, "Morning Eric, it's hot as hell in the UK, 102 degrees out there. Hope your Memorial weekend went well. It was a holiday in the UK too."
Yep. Yeah, you told me it was the Americans saved our butt memorial or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I didn't do much of anything. I mean, I rested. I did buy a whole bunch of new gear for the stream. It's gonna get phased in batches. I'm kind of waiting for some more stuff to come in. We picked up a MacBook
Christine
Air.
says, "Eric, have a safe day."
Yep, thank you, Christine. We picked up a MacBook Air that we're going to be able to stream in the truck with, because it's got an M4 processor, and the Apple Silicon runs applications that run on iPhone, so I can run Moblin on it. So beautiful. I picked up a brand new router so that we can kind of slim some of this down. It's got a built-in hotspot built into it, so we're going to eliminate a router and the hotspot into one box. That's going to be getting delivered, I believe, today. So yeah, lots of exciting stuff. I was doing a lot of tech work.
Christine says, "Eric, have a safe day."
Yep, Christine, good to hear you.
James Bond says, "LOL, yeah Eric, and hello to Christine 66,666. Good to see you."
Good to see you. So yeah, we dropped the skidster off.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, "Hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you."
So we dropped the skidster off over here to get the bucket fixed, because we're really hard on the bucket. So you guys are going to see the skidster in about
Lynn
a
15
second.
says, "Morning Eric."
Hi Lynn, there's the skidster right there. So we're going to load that up, but we got to get a concrete breaker, because we're going to break the concrete at this job. So
Choctaw County says, "Good morning everyone, how are you all feeling?"
good morning, everyone. So I got to jump out of here real quick, and then if you guys see that building over in the I don't know, it's off to the right center of the screen, that's where I'm going to be going with the skidster. So I will be back. We're going to we'll shut the truck off, roll the windows down.
James Bond says, "Morning Lynn."
Morning, Lynn. Okay, that's weird. There we go. I must have been pushing the button when I went to turn the ignition on. I couldn't
At
roll down my
Choctaw
driver's
County,
window.
8362. Hello, welcome in. Lint 15 says, "Morning, Chris." James Bond says, "Cool." Lynn, cheers to you. At Streamlabs says, 3 times combo. James Bond says, "Okay, Eric." Choctaw County says, "It's 72 degrees here in Mississippi." At Joseph Newpel says, "Good morning from Columbus, Ohio." James Bond says, at Choctaw County, 8362. Nice, not too hot there then. At Joseph Newpel, good morning. Choctaw County says, "That's 6 states north of here is Wisconsin by Canadian border, and we are next to Gulf of Mexico, United States." Choctaw County says, 2 degrees difference. James Bond says, at Choctaw Countywick 8362 aha. Choctaw County says, the other day it was 34 degrees difference.
I gotta go grab the concrete breaker. I installed a new bot. It's called Botrix, Botrix. There's a whole bunch of commands that are supposed to be in the chat. I don't know if they're working, but seeing how you guys got, it'll give you guys something to do. If you guys want to try some of those commands out. I don't remember what they are off the top of my head, but if Chris or Fry wants to go check them out, you guys can play around with that. Hopefully it'll give you guys something
James
fun
Bond
to do in
says,
chat.
at Brian Acosta 007,
I'll be right back.
good to see you. At Choctaw Countywick 8362 yeah, weird weather is here. The temperature will drop down again tomorrow by 20 degrees. Choctaw County says, smile. At Fry TV says, hey at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, good morning Fry, hope you had a good Memorial weekend. At Brian Acosta 007 says, thanks, I'm happy to be back at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, at Brian Acosta 007 cool. At Fry TV says, it sucked been working at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, at Fry TV sorry to hear that mate, I wish I could get more work in the UK, it's a dead place lol. I may move country if this recession keeps up. James Bond says, at Fry TV sorry to hear that mate, I wish I could get more work in the UK, it's a dead place lol. I may move country if this recession keeps up. James Bond says, why's TTS playing it twice? LOL. Choctaw County says, where will you go? Jamaica? James Bond says, at Choctaw County Wick 8362 LOL too hot for me there. I will go north of Scotland, nice and cool there and lots of work on the oil rigs. James Bond says, remember to hit the like button. I being a dummy forgot, haha. Have done now. James Bond says, at Fry TV seems the Streamlab command's not working yet? At Fry TV says, I don't know what the commands are. James Bond says, at Fry TV lol neither do I haha, I thought you knew them lol. Remember Red Whimpered 9F6Q says, I viewers stream boo.
Hello. Forgot to wear my gloves. Oh, it's warm in here. Alright, let's... You can only ignore a problem so long. Eventually the problem will make itself a real problem. But, I mean, not to blame my boss, we're waiting on the repair guy to give us a quote on, or to order the actual fuel fast system, so it's not like he's neglecting it, you know, it's just...
Welcome back, Eric.
Welcome. So it's not technically like the boss is neglecting it. It's we're waiting on the mechanic. Yeah. I love this.
It started eventually, haha.
Yeah. I love this water-free hand wash. Works really well. I don't use it too often because it's a whole production, but I mean that's pretty good difference from how it was. Oh. Alright, what time is it? Oh, we're late. Oh well. We're going right down the road. All right. Yeah. So it's called Joel's All-Purpose Waterless Hand Cleaner.
James Bond says, good stuff.
Yeah. Alright, I'll let the boss know that we're on our way. We're about 10 minutes out, I think. Just got finished loading and chaining everything down. Took a little longer than I expected. I'm leaving over here by Braun right now.
James
Should be there in a
Bond
little
says,
bit.
what are the commands for Streamlabs, Eric? Me and Fry do not know them, LOL.
It's not Streamlabs. It's bot RIX. So it's not Streamlabs. It's bot RIX. So it's BOT RIX. Might be able to look up the commands. All right, we got to go.
James Bond says, at Sweets Things Howdy.
I guess we're 19 minutes away. We're running a little late today.
At Fry TV says, hey at Sweets Things. Chat.
Good morning.
James Bond says, ah, okay, Eric. Good morning, Ray. Welcome in.
Good morning, Ray. Welcome in. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Hi y'all, I was at a Craig's lift today. I am on the go in Belgium, EU."
Gotcha. Oh. St. Nazian police, and there's nobody in the car. He's got it parked there just to sit here and deter speeders, but there was nobody in the car. That's hilarious. I didn't even know St. Nazians had their own police. It's probably like the only cop here. I'm gonna pull over here real quick and grab myself a water. I'm thirsty. It's hot.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Chris, hi, this live not so long ago started. He."
Yeah, it's supposed to get up to 90. Close to 90 today. It's gonna be a hot one. Oh.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, hello, yes, not been live long and just trying to get the commands working, but sadly nothing is happening.
Gotcha. Well, it wasn't very intuitive, you know, like Nightbot sits here and specifically tells you what to add and exactly how to do it. This one was not very intuitive. I mean, I added the channel, I did the stuff, I linked the account, but maybe if I got a few minutes while they're breaking up concrete, I can sit here and I can try to go in there and see if I can figure out what's going on with it.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I see in re. Eat at 2 times speed and chatting IRL. I saw the official Nonguk TC parade.
Oh, it's going to be a hot one today.
Thomas Vermeeren says, repeat. James Bond says, I've tried using the commands ChatGPT told me, but nothing happening. Hope you can get it working, Eric.
Yeah, I do too. Like I said, I just I did what intuitively I thought was going to work, but without going live, there was no way to test it, and because it wouldn't work.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, at YT Lib.
I mean, technically, it would only work in a live, so I didn't really have a chance to try it. But we'll figure it out.
James Bond says, oh yeah, I was at the Michigan Memorial Day Parade yesterday. Well, visually there. The storm chaser I moderate for Evan Heemstra let me say hi to the folks there, so that was interesting.
Cool. That's cool.
Vermeeren says, soon 2 p.m. UTC Global Time. Guys, at Bell, 4 p.m. CEST or DST. James Bond says, cheers Eric, happy USA saves the world day, LOL. Well, that's what it should be called.
Yeah. So, getting back to the tech, I know we don't like tech. Well, I like tech, but you guys don't like tech. But whatever. So I was able to pick up a MacBook Air M4. It's not the highest spec one. It's 256 gigs, and it's got the M4 that only has 8 graphical cores and 10 processing cores.
It says, I saw 250 euros for, and gonna watch Independence Day July 4th at YT Live 2.
Cool beans. So it's not the highest spec one, but in testing, when it's live streaming, doing all its stuff that it's going to end up doing, at least for now, until we add
James
more.
Bond says, cool Thomas.
Until we end up adding more load to it. Just to live stream, it only uses 20% of the CPU power, and it's using like under 4 watts of electricity. So I thought that was kind of cool. And it can run Moblin because it's an M processor, which means that a lot of apps, not all apps, it depends on the publisher of the app if they want to make it compatible, but it can run iPhone apps on it.
Thomas Vermeeren says, USA 250, Bob.
So the idea is I'm going to run OBS, and then I'm going to stream into OBS, and that'll give me the ability to put more overlays in and maybe do some multiple camera stuff a little bit more so than what I'm doing.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
And then OBS is actually streaming into Moblin on the tablet internally, and then Moblin is connecting to all the crap that we got going on here. So it's connecting to the Wi-Fi and the multiple cell phones.
James Bond says, I get you Thomas, 250 years since USA was founded.
So then the Moblin app will connect to the bonding, and that'll get us our multiple network connections. I ended up buying I didn't know that these were a thing, but I guess if you're in some of these schools where, they're really worried about weapons and stuff, they actually sell mesh backpacks. I didn't know they were that popular. I was just kind of like, I want to get a mesh bag that I can put the laptop in, because it's technically going to be completely wireless, and I don't need to have the screen open for it to do what it's going to do. So I can hang it on the back of the seat to keep it out of the way. But I wanted a mesh bag so it wasn't like going to trap heat. Now the Mac doesn't have a fan.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren it's currently 38 degrees Celsius in PUK, just over 100 Fahrenheit.
Yeah. So it doesn't have a fan on it, but I'm going to do there's a mod you can do to put thermal pads between the backing plate and the processor to dissipate some of the heat to the actual aluminum chassis. And then I bought this cooler. It's a round cooler that's kind of like what I'm using on the phone, where it uses electricity to create a really cold surface, and then the other side gets hot and there's a fan. I'll be able to stick that to the other side of the unit. And the best part is Moblin's got a control feature to turn it on and off as it needs it. So as it senses that it's getting hot, it'll turn that on and
Thomas Vermeer
cool the
says,
laptop off.
Chris, or it was independent 6 1884 AD 250 years ago.
So yeah, so we're gonna have a full computer in the truck, which should open up a whole bunch of other options. Just got to figure out what they're all gonna be. But yeah, that cooler, even if I have the truck off and it starts to get hot, that cooler will keep the laptop cool. So that's cool. That kind of rhymed. That's cool. It'll keep it cool. That's cool. So yeah. And then, like I said, we're gonna, me and Fry.
Thomas Vermeer says, Belgium is 200 years old at 2030 AD.
Me and Fry had been looking at a whole bunch of routers, and I kind of came across one that I think is going to work really well. It's made by the same company that makes the router that we have in the truck right now, but this one has removable antennas.
Lisa Webb S9Y says, good morning everyone.
Good morning, Lisa. This one's actually got removable antennas, so it'll be a little bit nicer to hook up to everything. And it's got a built-in cellular modem. So instead of having
James
a hotspot,
LOL at Thomas Vermeer. 1865 is when the U.S. Civil War ended and the Confederates surrendered to the Unionists.
yeah. So like I said, instead of having a hotspot and a router, we'll have it all in one box with external antennas. And it's purpose built. I modded this router.
913 says, good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you, Brett. Alright, I got the message. You guys.
At Lisa Webb S9Y says, good morning, Eric.
Good morning. No, I got the message. You guys don't want the tech talk. I get it. Nobody's interested in how the stream's produced, just that the stream happens.
James Bond says, at Brent 4913, good morning to you.
But yeah, I couldn't pass up the deal. You know, the kid was selling the.
Lisa has blocked me again. LOL, I can't see her comment.
Okay. Well, no, Lisa's over on. If Lisa's who I think it is, she's over on Twitch. So she's not commenting on YouTube. That's why you're not seeing her comment.
At Thomas Vermeer says, Delaware, USDE, the first state.
Oh no, she's on. Never mind, she's on Lisa Webb. Yeah, she's on YouTube. We've got a Lynn. It's Lynn that's over
James
on Twitch.
Bond says, Eric, you should become an ambassador for Apple. LOL.
Dude, I mean, even Fry's impressed with the integration between the iPhone and the laptop. The fact that it's doing everything it can do on a device, that once it was done charging.
Lisa Webb S9Y says, 11 more days until my birthday.
Well, happy birthday ahead of time in case I don't see you. With the screen closed, so the screen's not running, and just streaming, it got down to a point.
Thomas Vermeer says, Lisa, why you blocked Chris?
It got down to a point where it was only using 1 watt of power. That's just impressive. I'm sorry, there's no other laptop that you could buy that would run.
James Bond says, the stream happens through a combo of fairy dust and unicorn magic.
I mean, I'm sorry, there's just no way that you're going to get an Intel processor to run and stream at 1 watt of electricity.
At Lisa Web S9Y says, thank you, Eric.
Not a problem. Hopefully, well, you said what, 11 days? I think you said. I don't know. We might be streaming. I guess I'd have to figure out what the 11th day falls on, if that's a weekend or not. Trust me, with all this, without all this crazy technology, look at where I am. I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I'm streaming a 1080p stream. I mean, there's just no way you could do this without all this crazy
James
stuff.
Bond says, 1 watt is good. My desktop PC uses 30 watts of power.
Yeah. Well, the only reason it can do it is because the screen's turned off, and it's just basically it's just the CPU going. But the load, I'm just blown away. I've got OBS running and Moblin, and they're both streaming out over the internet.
Welcome in.
They're both streaming out the internet, so you got 2 encoders going, you've got, the Wi-Fi chip going, and, all that. And it got down to the point where, unless the tool that's measuring it is like way off.
Thing says, at Chris AR007, make sure your chat is set to live chat and not talk chat.
Yeah, that's possible too. I mean, it was showing me, I sent screenshots to Fry, he can confirm. It got down after the battery was fully charged down to 1 watt. 1 watt of power.
James Bond says, well, happy early birthday to Lisa. At Sweets thinks it is, but Lisa has a habit of blocking me on and off, LOL.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, it is what it is. There's not much you can do about it. I should have just went this way.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris Lisa Chop, my first part at 60 minutes done of walking. Only 60 minutes left in total. James Bond says, cool Thomas, keep healthy. Choctaw County says, happy birthday dear Lisa, happy birthday to you. May your birthday be bright with God's holy light. Happy birthday to you.
Go beans.
James Bond says, I will post something cool on my channel for you to see, Eric. A photo of the paint factory in Bracknell. It exploded like a nuke yesterday. Evacuation had to happen.
Oh, wow. Was that big storage container with chemicals? I was watching something about that.
Thomas Vermeeren says, I posted shopping, I must have to do and back after that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was watching something where they were like spraying water on a tank. I don't know if that's the same place or not.
At Lisa Web S9Y says, thank you Choctaw. Choctaw County says, you're welcome Lisa. Vermeeren says, Eric, you have a damn epic view today. Enjoy the vacation vibe of it.
Yes, sir. Yep. I didn't catch the name of who said that. I'll have to go back and look. Let's see.
James Bond says, no, that was in California. This explosion happened in UK only 3 miles from my home.
Gotcha. It was Thomas. So yes, sir was the... Wait. Yep. Yes, sir is the right pronunciation.
At Lisa Webb S9Y says, I hope I get my car scooter on my birthday.
Your car scooter?
Web S9Y says, they got headlights, horn, windshield wipers, air conditioner and heating, no seat belt, 120 power.
Interesting. It's gonna be a hot one today. It's already, according to the truck, it's 78. I don't know. I can't see what the on-screen thing
At
says.
Lisa Web S9Y says, at Amazon.
Oh yeah, it says 74 on the phone.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, USA life here is epic beautiful.
Wisconsin is a very pretty state. That's why when I lived in Florida, I mean, I just, I missed it. Granted, it's your hometown. I mean, I've got nothing really keeping me here, but other than my job. But I mean, yeah, it's a very beautiful state. Here I was thinking maybe we were going to have a nice industrial park or something. Nope, not today. Ooh, if looks could kill, that lady was just not happy with me. She was not having it.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, is.
I'm going to have to... Can't really park there because that's a fire hydrant.
Choctaw County says, 73 degrees in Sippy.
Yeah. We're going to have to do this. Alright.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, how is ya day today?
Definitely got to figure out something better for this antenna. Because this gets into being a tangled nightmare. Literally is a tangled nightmare every time I go to use it. Oh, this doesn't have a lot of battery. But it's working for the moment. I guess I'll have to charge it later. Alright, well, I'll switch you guys to this. That way you guys can watch. Yay! Leave this microphone here. And we'll switch you guys to the outside microphone. There you guys go. Hopefully it works. why I didn't stop there. Yeah, we'll just, I hate taking the trailer off with this on there. It's just so fucking heavy. Hopefully this live stream's working. I think it is. I don't know. Yeah, that's the problem. If I turn this microphone on, you guys can't hear TTS. I'm talking to people on the live stream. We got the little action cap magneted to the truck. Oh, it's right there. It was working the other day, so hopefully it still works. Pull my hair. This is where I get my exercise. Or do I cheat and just drop my air suspension? I'm going to cheat and I'm going to drop my air suspension. Hello. I cheated and I dropped my air suspension instead of cranking it up. It is what it is. I do it more often, but this truck, when they designed it, if the air suspension drops, that's why you guys saw me lift the bed up on the truck. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the tires will actually touch the metal of the underside of the dump box, and then it's like it can't move. You know, I'm literally I'm stuck. So it's kind of crazy. There we go. Gonna park right here in the shade. There we go. We got ourselves a little bit of shade. I'm gonna go grab the other.
James Bond says, LOL, Eric gave up on the grafting, haha.
Grafting. What is this grafting we're talking about? Oh. All right. You guys need juice. Gotta find the power plug. There it is.
James Bond says, grafting equals hard work. That's what it looked like to me, Eric, LOL.
Oh. Yeah, I was kind of like, eh. I didn't feel like beating myself up for it. There we go. So you guys are charging.
James Bond says, I have an unlimited vocabulary, many words you may not have heard before, like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Well, there's also going to be aerial terms, you know, from where you're from that are just going to make no sense because they're not words that are used commonly here. So,
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
yes, my AI Overlord. Oh, wrong button. All right, let me take a few seconds and we will open up this bot thing and see if I can figure out what's not working there. Oh. Okay. So it sees it. Let's see. Chat bot. Commands, themes, extras.
James Bond says, yeah, we use outdated terms still in the UK. We stuck in the 18th century, LOL.
Okay, it looks like some of the settings didn't stick. So the point system and the level system should be active. Let's see, mini games. Okay, so apostrophe slots should be a command. Apostrophe roulette should be a command. So apostrophe ROULETTE. They got 2 dots after it. I don't know if that's part of the command though. You know, I forget what that punctuation is. Where it's, you know, it's just the 2 dots, you know, one on top of the other. They've got that after the command. Gambling is apostrophe gamble. Again with the 2 dots, but I'm not sure if that needs to be there. Oh yeah, it sees you guys because there's Fry. Fry's position 1 with 5 points. Sweet Things is position 2.
At Bodrick says, at Fry TV you don't have enough points to play.
Yeah. So yeah, Fry's got 5 points. Sweet Things has got 5 points. Botrix has 5 points.
Oh, at Sweet Things, you don't have enough points for that bet. Keep earning more.
So it's working. Just got to get more points. Oh, that's Streamlabs.
At Sweet Things you don't have enough points to play.
How is that coming up as Streamlabs? Unless I've got it set up there too. Oh my god, I probably got it set up multiple places.
Oh, at Chris AR007. You don't have enough points for that bet. Keep earning points.
So there's Botrex. Alright, so we're gonna mute Botrex from TTS so we don't have to listen to him over TTS. So Botrex
at Streamlabs says, rolled 19. At Chris AR007 lost 714 points and now has 0 points.
I'm wondering if I ban him, if that actually bans him on YouTube. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Let me go into TTS and just see if I can.
James Bond says, oh great, I lost my points, LOL.
Yeah. Let me go into chat. Text to speech. And then let's...
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, I'm inside Carrefour. Let's shopping at the hypermarket. At Botrick says, at Sweets thinks you don't have enough points to play. At Chris AR007 you don't have enough points to play. At Sweets Thing says, what do you have to do to get points at Mechanic Eric America?
I think you have to watch. I think it's watch time. I think you get points from just being here and participating and chatting, is my understanding.
James Bond says, okay Thomas.
So I think that's how you get points.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi Sweets, nice to see you. Hi to Bot, too.
Okay. I'm thinking I might have blocked the bot from TTS. Somebody try a command again. I want to see if it goes back over TTS or not. What is the command to check points? Give me a minute. I literally just set it up, so I have no idea. This is just something new. Something completely new.
Says, at Mechanic Eric America, what is the command to check points?
Let me see. Let me figure it out. Let's see. So...
At Bodrick says, at Sweets thinks you don't have enough points to play.
So Botrick still was talking, huh?
At Calentlus 4415 says, where are you going to work?
We're working right now. We're waiting for him to break up all this concrete, and then we're going to tow it away.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Hey Callan.
I'm going to take a chance and I'm going to ban box bricks. Well, ban's not supported on this platform. Well, that's not what I wanted.
James Bond says, at Calentloos 4415 hello sir, long time no see. Are you gonna ask to hear the radio? LOL.
Okay, let's see if that works.
James Bond says, Eric, I've known Callan for months now. He's on most truckers' channels. He may ask the same questions a lot but is not a troll.
Oh, that's okay. Not worried about it.
At Bodrick says, at Mechanic Eric America, you don't have enough points to play.
I don't have enough points to play either. At least it automatically filters the commands, but I wanted to filter out anything that Botrick says.
At Bodrick says, at Mechanic Eric America, you don't have enough points to play. James Bond says, thanks Eric.
Yeah.
Choctaw County says, what's playing?
I don't have a radio going.
At Calentloos 4415 says, can I hear the radio?
So I gotta go to, so it's not filters. Select text to speech. Moblin's on crack here. There's no option. Default language, detect language, say username. Pause TTS. Settings. Alright, the AI thing doesn't work. Okay, let's see. Problem is there's also a game called Moblin. So it could think I'm talking about that. Did I break TTS or did you guys just get that quiet? Trying to do research. Try this. Sweets wanted to know how you found out your points. It's apostrophe points.
At Lisa Web S9Y says, bot.
So if somebody wants to make a list here, we've got, let's see.
James Bond says, Eric is currently in Socrates mode philosophizing about Botrix LOL.
Yeah. So I can add points to people by going apostrophe points add. Only the owner can do that. You guys can do apostrophe level, which will tell you what level you're at. You can do apostrophe points, which will say how many points you have.
At Botrix says, at Chris AR007 has 5 points.
Yep. You can do apostrophe top, which tells you the top supporters. Apostrophe up, which will tell you, uptime, sorry, apostrophe uptime, which will sit here and say how long the stream's been.
At Chris AR007 just reached level 1.
Yep. Apostrophe watch time. And apostrophe XP. So those are the commands you guys can use.
At Streamlabs says, at Chris AR007, you have 2 points.
So it looks like you guys just get points for the amount of time you've been here. So as you guys are here more, you'll get more points.
At Botrix says, at Sweets Things has 5 points.
Yep. Now I got to figure out how to shut it up out of TTS. I need to figure out how to block it. I've tried to, let's see.
At Streamlabs says, at Sweets Things, you have 85 points.
How do you have 85 points? My screen only said you had 5. Okay, cool.
At Thomas Vermuren says, hey Streamlabs.
Yeah.
At Lisa Web S9Y says, Chris ARS007 blocked me.
Well, why did you block that person?
At Brett Boyle says, good morning everyone.
Good morning. We're trying to get Botrix working. Well, we got it working. Now we're trying to shut it up so it doesn't come over the TTS. Because I don't need to hear... I mean, I want you guys to have some fun.
At Streamlabs says, top points. 1. Fry TV, 320. 2. Choctaw Countiwick 8362. 266. 3. Ladder 1, 188. 4. At Nightba, 182. 5. Brett Boyle, 131. 6. Thomas Vermuren, 130. 7. Clint 6003, 95. 8. Sweets Things, 85. 9.
So I must have had it set up on Streamlabs too.
Choctaw County says, points. At Lisa Web S9Y says, Brett hello.
So Streamlabs has also got
At Brett
points.
Boyle says, like 15.
So I'll have to go into Streamlabs too and try to figure out what the hell is going on. Let's see. So
Howdy, Lisa. James Bond says, yeah, and remember, like, share and sub to the channel, folks.
We'll get this going eventually.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, hey to Brett.
Okay. Chatbot.
At Bot Rick says, at Sweets Things doesn't have a level yet. At Streamlabs says, top points, 1. Fry TV, 320, 2. Choctaw Countiwick 8362, 266, 3. Laratter 1, 188, 4. Nightbug, 182, 5. Brett Boyle, 131, 6. Thomas Vermeeren, 130, 7. Glenn 6003, 95, 8. Sweets Things, 85, 9.
Yeah, you guys can stop hitting that. I need to get in here and figure it all out. Because now that I don't know why Streamlabs is sitting here and firing stuff.
Like. Thomas. At Lisa Web S9Y says, hello Thomas. James Bond says, I've not blocked Lisa, she blocked me, lol. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, don't block. Brett, to enjoy ya Americano. At Lisa Web S9Y says, I might go to zoo on my birthday, depends on the weather.
Okay.
At Brett Boyle says, I'm Canadian, having a double-double lol. James Bond says, yeah folks, let's refrain from using the commands until Eric gets it to stop speaking them aloud on the TTS.
Well, that's problem number one. Number two was stupid Stream Elements or whatever, or Streamlabs, was also doing it. I never knew. I thought I had it set up.
Lisa Web S9Y says, I didn't block you, silly.
But when we were trying to use it before, it wasn't doing anything. So, yeah, it's weird. Well, I should have at least turned off the commands for Stream Elements.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Let's see if this now fixes some of this. See what comes up now. So Botrix is now only coming up, that's good. Can't remember if it's slots or slot.
Thomas Vermeeren says, hi to Canada. Botrick says,
Fuck.
Mechanic Eric America, you don't
Shut
have
the
enough
fuck
points
up,
to play.
Botrix. You shouldn't be able to talk anymore. You're supposed to be neutered here. What the fuck? I mean, there's a filter right the fuck there. It's got Botrix's name right in it. It's like, what the fuck? Unless I've got to literally have the @ in front of his name. Let's try this again. It shouldn't be that hard. It should literally just be mute this. It should be pick the name and hit mute. It shouldn't be that stupid. That's that freaking hard.
Brett Boyle says, cheers.
Yeah.
James Bond says, LOL. Bodrick says, Mechanic Eric America, you don't have enough points to play.
Jesus Christ.
James Bond says, hello Brett Boyle, I thought I said hi to you earlier but got you confused with Brent, LOL.
I like this TTS, but it really is not very sophisticated. It really should be more sophisticated. There should simply be a section where you can like tell it to shut the hell up.
James Bond says, LOL, how can you have no points, Eric? You're the owner, LOL.
Because I don't watch my own stream technically. I'm never on the stream. I mean, I could do, let's see. Because I am the owner, I could do. Oh.
James Bond says, LOL. At Brett Boyle says, morning. At Bot Rick says, usage, points at.
Now I got some points. Yeah. Yep, I'm the mafia boss. There's no radio. I don't know what radio you're talking about.
James Bond says, Eric is the mafia boss of this casino, LOL. At Calenthlus 4415 says, can I hear the radio? At Bot Rick says, result at Mechanic Eric America unlucky, try again. You lost 50 points. James Bond says, but House always wins Botrix LOL.
Yeah.
At Botrick says, result at Mechanic Eric America unlucky try again. You lost 50 points. At Botrick says, at Mechanic Eric America just reached level 1. Result at Mechanic Eric America
Fuck.
unlucky try again. You lost 50 points.
Jesus Christ. This is so stupid. Why would you do a TTS that you can't block a voice or a name or a user? So stupid. No, he's actually got AC. He's got air conditioning in the skidster.
James Bond says, that guy in the digger got to be melting in the cab.
Oh, did it actually block that? I didn't hear Botrix that time. Did it actually block it? Are you fucking kidding me? Finally. Well, it's partially blocked.
James Bond says, ah, that's awesome, he's got AC. My AC needs to be regassed, so I've been cooking LOL, and yet finally Botrix seems to be blocked LOL.
It's partially blocked. I don't think it's fully blocked. I had to turn on filter mentions, part of it. Let me see. Let me see what happens now.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, "Hi Chris. At Thomas Vermeeren says, melting away.
Okay, I'm gonna have
At
to block
Bodrick
this one.
says,
Yep.
at Thomas Vermeeren just reached level 1. James Bond says, Lisa has unblocked me anyway lol. Hello Lisa, good day to you madam. At Lisa Web Q3B says, for lunch I'm making tuna casserole. James Bond says, nice Lisa. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Bod, damn I did it odd. Hi Lisa, hitty I see you ye I pi. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lita, good cook, fa. Lisa Duper Donner Hihihi. At Calentlus 4415 says, can I hear the radio?
Yep. There you go.
At Bodrick says, at Mechanic Eric America bet between 1 and 100 points. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, does our dinner hihihi? At Lisa Web Q3B says, tuna, cream of mushroom, cream of chicken, cream of celery, white egg noodles, sautéed onions, celery, and bobber, on top shredded cheese.
This is stupid.
Bot Rick says, Mechanic Eric America dice roll. 3. You got back half your bet. James Bond says, Lisa Web Q3 be cool, you be having a feast there. Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, do you like chicken donuts too? Lisa Web Q3B says, oh nice Thomas. Bot Rick says, Mechanic Eric America dice roll. 1. You lost the bet. Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, chicken rings also exist. Bot Rick says, Mechanic Eric America dice roll. 5. You got your bet back. At Thomas Vermeuren says, Lisa, burger buns with egg vegetables tortilla. Also yummy. I think zero brioche burger hot dot buns also existed. Ardell Hayes, the OG of Food Lion. At Thomas Vermeuren says, brioche buns are yummy. Brioche. James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeuren, that is one good thing about the UK, food is so cheap. I can get a croissant for 45 pence and it's filled with chocolate too. Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
I think I finally figured out how to shut it up. Fun. Alright, guys, give it all a try and we'll just figure it out from here. If I gotta block more stuff or whatnot. I mean, I guess you guys are going to have to build up some points after a while. Because it is a pain to just give points out.
At Thomas Vermeuren says, Chris, that's not much.
Oh yeah, Chris, you already got 35 points. Thomas has got 50. Sweets has got 30. Brett's got 50. Lisa Webb's got 50. Streamlabs has got 30. So yeah, it's by time. Yeah.
James Bond says, Eric, have you ever heard of the word kushti? It's a British slang term meaning when you're onto a good thing.
No. So there you guys go. So yeah, the more watch time you get, the more points you have. Like I said, Chris is up to 35. Thomas is up to 50.
At Streamlabs says, at Chris ARs 007 you got skull crossbones, give, wolf, and lost your 10 points.
What happened?
James Bond says, at Streamlabs Coffee.
Oh, Streamlabs is still running in the background. Yeah, this one is slots you got to put in. I don't think it's gamble all. Oh yeah, that's okay. That's Botrix. So I got to kill it on Streamlabs. So we had it on Streamlabs too. That's crazy.
James Bond says, I won.
Yeah, on Botrix. Now I got to turn it off on Streamlabs. I thought I had it turned off. Because right now I've got it, unfortunately, I've got it on two different things.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, guys, what's for lunch today? I did a brunch.
I love how people can't figure out how to drive. Oh, I actually knew that guy. I used to work out here in Calumet. I actually recognize that guy.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, it's way too hot for me to eat until nightfall. I will just have some noodles and bread. Nothing like living like a North Korean for the day, haha.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
At Brett Boyle says, I had to come into the city this morning for an appointment for my woman, so I'm in Calgary and while just had sausage, bacon, eggs, hash browns, toast and tomatoes. Wanton1 says, hey bro, I enjoyed your stream fire. I had some suggestions I want to share with you, but I don't want to spam your chat. Let's chat on Discord. Toffer 6.
Spamming to my chat right now, buddy. Spamming to my chat right now. Guess I gotta go in there and ban that.
At Brett Boyle says, 9:30 a.m. here in Alberta. At Thomas Vermeeren says, okay, Chris, I buy you a salad from Trenty at ma living place to deliving a giador hihihi. At Brett Boyle says, while waiting. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Brett Jummy. At Brett Boyle says, we have a fast food place here called A&W. They make a really delicious bacon and eggs breakfast for only $10. James Bond says, cool Thomas.
My little laptop is not functioning properly. I'm not getting the web page to pull up. So even though I'm trying to make this frickin' thing work, I can't. It's being stupid.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, on the go a dude W a GoPro at his helmet at biking, maybe filming 4YT for his non-IRL 24/7 stream hahaha. James Bond says, ah, that is cool Thomas. Nickaboy2 says, hello. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, we are the USA 1 of Europe but at Belgian way hihihi.
Okay, so I think I shut off the mini games in Streamlabs, so now it should just
James
be
Bond says,
Bodrix.
at Thomas Vermeeren indeed Belgium has Tintin and Asterix and good beer.
Yeah, I don't know if that command works. Okay. So that worked. Alright, go ahead, have some fun with it, see if we can break it. Supposedly it's working and it's not coming over TTS, so that's good. Also, we made a change in the audio over the weekend. I know I was a little on the quiet side. Is this still good, or is it too loud, or I mean, how are we doing with that? Just out of curiosity.
James Bond says, okay Eric.
What's okay? The volume? Gotta be more descriptive. Okay can mean a lot of things. The sound, okay. Yeah, because we noticed between the camera and this,
Audio sounds good.
yeah, we're just trying not to blow out the audio and be super loud.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, we have Pizza Hut too, Netherlands only Domino's. James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, we have Pizza Hut in UK too, but the pizza is not very good lol. I go to independent pizzeria family run by Italian people, it's the best. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris put Pizza Hut pizzas are yummy. James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, the one in UK no bueno, Domino's and Pizza Hut suck here. At Thomas Vermeeren says, R. Chris and BK at Bell so damn epic. James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, not many Burger Kings left here sadly. At Lisa Web Q3B says, I got dishes done.
Cool beans.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, oh, Chris, come to live at Belgium for meals. James Bond says, at Lisa Wed Q3B, well done, and Thomas, I will have to visit Belgium one day, never been there. At Lisa Wed Q3B says, Chris, come to Texas, we got BK.
He can come to Wisconsin, we got BK also. Why has he got to come to Texas? What's wrong with Wisconsin? I love Wisconsin. Except in the winter. In the winter, I'd rather be in Texas. Oh, did you see the rear end of that come up? He almost dumped her into the truck.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, but ours are much better. Dehihihi.
Hey. Oh, there's some rebar or some reinforcement.
James
thread.
Bond says, at Lisa Wet Q3B Vince don't like Texas. He was in Lubbock and the lady at the hotel front desk, I kid you not, told Vince to F off. LOL. Wisconsin is better. I like safe areas. Haha.
I like Wisconsin.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, USTX4 bigger than big in sizes. James Bond says, yet he was tilting there. LOL.
Yes, he was.
At Stanchilka 272 says, good morning, Eric.
Good morning. How you doing, Stan?
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I want to visit Eric. LOL.
Yeah. Wisconsin's nice. You can come visit anytime you want. Just, usually I'm just so busy, you know.
James Bond says, Vince did get a refund from the Hilton over the incident. LOL.
What happened at the Hilton?
At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi Stan, welcome in. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I born raised in Texas.
Gotcha. I actually tipped one of those over forward. Luckily, wasn't that big of a deal. I had to raise the attachment. It was a big snowplow attachment over a gate to fit through
Jaden
the
likes
gate.
Texas.
To fit through the gate, and when I went to stop, the forward momentum, I guess I let off the stick too quick. The forward momentum of that being up in the air just tipped the whole machine
At
forward.
4415 says, can I hear the radio?
Yep. So I slammed the control down, and but I was facing the door because it was still up there pretty high.
James Bond says, at Stanchilka 272, good morning, welcome in.
So here I am trapped in this skidster because the door opens this way and I'm pointing at the ground. So I had to sit here and I had to get my butt in the seat and push down enough to kick the safety sensor
At Lisa
on.
Wet Q3B says, okay.
To kick the safety sensor on and have the strap down so I could push the control to sit here and lower the arm and tip myself back. Yeah, it was kind of a sucky situation.
James Bond says, it was at a Hilton in Lubbock where the front desk lady told Vince the storm chaser to F off. LOL.
Oh. Why'd you tell him to F off?
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, yes, that would be nice. James Bond says, he complained he had no hot water to shower and the lady told him to leave if he don't like it, haha.
That sucks.
At Thomas Vermuren says, like and subscribe. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, Chris, they got hot water.
I'm working on trying to get the latency down a little bit. So we're at about what I'm seeing here is we're at about a 25-second
James
delay.
Bond says, at Lisa Wet Q3B not on the night Vince stayed there, LOL. At Thomas Vermuren says, Korea also a Hilton at Metropole Antwerp too.
Why'd you stop watching Vince?
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I stopped watching Vince. James Bond says, the Hilton was a franchise. It won't be much longer as Vince may have caused it to lose the franchise license, LOL.
I doubt that. So Lisa, when are you coming up to visit?
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I watched Jaden and Zero. Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
I'm sorry, it still makes me laugh whenever Nightbot talks. Skynet the AI Overlord. It's hilarious. I love it. I'm so easily amused, I guess.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, he always complains.
Oh, okay. Yeah, negative Nancy isn't fun. Are they valid complaints, or is it just...
Maybe in the fall.
Maybe in the fall. Gotcha. Yeah, it gets really pretty up here in the fall. All these trees turn different colors, and...
I wish.
It gets real pretty. Definitely gets pretty up here in the fall.
James Bond says, it was not just Vince who complained. Evan was there and also Aiden. They are other chasers and they had same bad service, LOL. At Lisa Wed Q3B says, ah.
Yeah, it gets real pretty up here. I won 100 points. Yay! Does it mean much if I win points? Because it's like, you know, I could just give myself points, you know. Let's see.
James Bond says, Vince does go on rants on his channel. It's funny when it happens as he will go on for like over an hour, haha.
Well, there you go, Chris. You're up to 175 points already. So it gives you a decent amount of points right away, I guess. I mean, it's just within a day you'll be at like what? I don't know. For every hour you're getting, well, hour and 25 minutes, but you lost a little.
At Lisa Wed Q3B says, yeah.
You've been watching for an hour and 25 minutes. You got 175 points, but you did bet and lost, so that's not the hourly rate. Let's see who's been here for like an hour. An hour, 65 points, Lisa Webb. So you get, so it's 10 points every
James
minute.
Bond says, cool, 175 points.
So maybe the math works out for every 10 minutes you get 10 points. Because 60 minutes, that would make sense. So it's maybe it's 10 points for every couple minutes. Although it is kind of cool that I can snoop and see who's actually watching and not.
At Lisa Wed Q3B says, you like going swimming, Eric?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I like hot tubs better. You know, I'm a tall guy. I like you can't take baths when you're 6.
I got bathing suit.
Yeah. When you're over 6 feet tall, you can't really take baths anymore. In the aspect of getting fully immersed. So it's nice to be able to get up to your neck and just relax in a hot tub. Yeah, it's kind of surprising that they're ripping out this concrete. I didn't think that this concrete drive looked that bad.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I like hot tub too.
Yeah. It's just nice, you know. I get to spend a lot of time in hot tubs because, like I said, when the boss has me out of town, I usually will get a hotel
Nice
that's
house.
got one. Yeah, it's not a bad house. Looks like the stucco needs some rework though. It's got vinyl siding and then stucco on some of it. It's a little bit older of a house.
LOL.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do this winter though. I haven't decided. I don't think I want to stay in Wisconsin this winter. I think I want to leave. Maybe go someplace like Texas or Florida or I'm just so tired of the winter. You know, I feel like I'm hibernating, you know. I mean, I get a winter job. That's one thing. I work. That's great. But I don't know. When I'm not at work, it just kind of feels like I'm hibernating. Because I don't really there's not much I like to do in the winter. Maybe if I actually could find the piece of land to get my property to build my shop, I could work on some projects over the winter, and then it wouldn't be so bad. But working outside, trying to fix stuff, I've gotten to an age, I don't like fixing stuff outside, period. I like the controlled environment of being in a shop where it's temperature regulated. You don't have a gust of wind blowing away your parts. You put something down and it stays, That's just my thing, I guess. So, I've got a lot of projects I need to get done. I don't have places to do it other than outside. So I guess I've been putting things off. Plus if you're inside of a building, you don't have to worry about cleaning it up. It's like if I decide, okay, I'm gonna end this in the middle of the project, I can leave it all dismantled and leave
James
my
Bond
tools
says,
everywhere.
Learn to play a guitar, Eric. LOL. That's what I do when I'm not working.
Yeah. I tried guitar and I tried bass guitar and I don't know, didn't have the chops for it.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, on YouTube there a lady named Dory. She makes cakes and crafts and she lives in Wisconsin.
Oh, that's cool. I love how these people drive by. It's like they don't even know what to do. They're so confused. There's
she lives in
plenty
Trailer
of room.
Park.
There's plenty of room to go flying through. But they sit here and they drive by at 2 miles an hour. It's not that I'm right up against the curb almost. That truck that's next to us isn't that much closer. But everybody creeps through like it's a really tight squeeze. I could get a semi between these two vehicles. No, it's interesting. It tells me exactly who's watching and for how long and everybody's positions. Yeah, now Chris is up to 135 or 185. So yeah, it must be
James Bond says, you can easily play chords on a guitar. An A chord is just 3 strings on 2nd fret.
Well, my problem is that I've always had I've never been able to memorize that stuff, so I don't know. It took me a really long time to figure out even how to play Smoke on the Water on a bass guitar. I don't know. I'm actually considering
Choctaw
traveling.
County says they are rubbernecking.
Yeah. I'm actually thinking about going out and traveling this winter. Traveling other country traveling, not staying in the United States.
James Bond says, the Sex Pistols had a poster years back, saying this is a court case, another and a third, now go form a band. LOL. That was how punk rock started.
Gotcha. Well, at least we figured out how to shut the bots up. That makes me happy. My new toys are going to show up. When I get into a hobby, I mean, I guess you could call live streaming a hobby. I definitely like to go in, with both feet. I mean, Fry knows how much I've spent. You guys don't want to know how much I've spent. That's better. That's better. That guy didn't slow down too much. Yeah, it's been a crazy amount of money.
James Bond says, I was lucky I was playing the House of the Rising Sun the first day I ever picked up a guitar. Like naturally gifted also helped my late dad used to pay 100 British pounds a day to get private tuition for me.
That's cool. Yeah, I don't know, my brain just doesn't work that way. I can understand mechanical concepts, and that's why computers also came really easy to me too, is because they're another machine. It's definitely a A equals B must be C type situation. So I've done real good with that. So technology, really good. Guitars, I don't know. I didn't pick it up. I think I used to have a pretty good singing voice, but I don't remember the lyrics. I've never really spent the time to sit here and remember the lyrics to like one song, like really studied it. It doesn't come natural to me. I might remember the catch, but like to sit here and sing an entire song. I cannot think of one song that I know all the words to. And then, I've got a little bit of dyslexia, so, I can read. It's not bad.
Chimple 445 says, Hi bud.
Hello. Chimpel?
James Bond says, I can read the actual sheet music like the guys in orchestras read, but because of the class system in the UK they would never let me play with the classical ensemble.
Gotcha. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Just sitting here in the AC. It's a hot day. It's 81 degrees, but I got the AC just cranking.
At Joseph Newpel says, I'm back, how are you, Eric?
I'm doing pretty good. We're just kind of sitting here waiting for our turn to get loaded up with some broken up concrete. So yeah.
James Bond says, hello at Chimple 445, welcome in.
Yeah, so it's just a leisurely day.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, hey there Joseph.
I'm actually surprised I'm so tired. I passed out yesterday. I'm even surprised I set an alarm. I was probably in bed by like 8 o'clock last night. And I woke up at about 4:30-ish, 4:45 this morning. And it was a nice leisurely morning.
James Bond says, making me jealous again, Eric, lol, we have no AC in the UK, I've got a crappy little fan blowing at me like a mouse, haha, still I am melting.
Yeah, that's crazy that Europe doesn't have AC. It's like You would just think, I mean, every house here has AC. And we're in Wisconsin. We don't really get super hot weather.
Joseph Newpel says, hi Thomas.
I mean, we don't get super hot weather, so it's like, but yeah, everybody's got AC. But over there in Europe, it's like you guys don't got crap. Is it the electrical system? The houses would start on fire?
Says, Joseph, thanks.
Is it that the houses would start on fire because the electrical system can't handle it? Or is it a social thing? Or is it just too damn expensive to run because your electric bills are so high? I mean, why is it that so many people in the UK don't have AC? Because an air conditioner is cheap. They're like, you can get them $100, $200 all day long. They're not that expensive.
James Bond says, it's because in UK we do not have the electricity supply. We need more nuclear power stations here as we import 40% of our energy from Norway.
Okay. So is it against the law for you to let's say you just said screw it and you bought an air conditioner and you stuck it in your window and you plugged it in. I mean, what would happen? I mean, because they got they got really nice inverter air conditioners that don't really use that much power. I mean,
James Bond says, supermarkets here are the only places we get AC, LOL.
Yeah. Should look into I don't know what the climate is, how much humidity you guys get, but if it's not very humid, you should look into what's called a swamp cooler. It uses evaporation, water evaporation for cooling. And on a really hot day, they use them a lot down in Texas and Arizona and stuff like that. And I mean, it's effective. It's not as effective as an air conditioner, but I mean...
James Bond says, it's not against the law, but it would cost a fortune to run an AC unit here, probably as much as an electric heater, LOL.
Gotcha. You should look into what's called a swamp cooler. Have you ever heard of a swamp cooler, or do you need me to define it? Screw it, I'll just define it anyways, because it gives me something to talk about. Alright, so what a swamp cooler is basically you've got a membrane that you got a little water pump that sits here and pumps water across a membrane, and then the evaporation ends up making that cold, and you've got a fan that blows through it, and the heat gets dissipated from the evaporation of the water. So the air will actually drop temperature as it passes through this membrane. And it's really, that's all it is. So you've got a little water pump that just basically recycles water across this surface. And as it evaporates away, it creates a cooling effect. And so it's just a fan and a little water pump.
Thomas Vermeeren says, soon guys I gonna do the Turkish lasagna. My parents' idea to cook, our idea for that. Very original.
Turkish lasagna. That sounds interesting. Why, what about the lasagna makes it Turkish?
James Bond says, I've never heard of that before, Eric.
Well, it works really good in climates like Arizona where it's like super, super dry. Depending on what your humidity level is, it's not as effective because it can add a little extra. It can add extra humidity to your water.
At Thomas Vermeer and Cool.
It can add humidity to your house. So depending on how humid your house is and how humid it is outside, can depend on how well it's going to work. In a desert, works beautifully. Yeah, you should look it up for more information. Hell, there are people that are running air conditioners off of solar.
At Troy 4716 says, Turkish lasagna sounds gross.
I'm curious what's in it that makes it Turkish. What is so special about this lasagna that it makes it a Turkish lasagna? That's my curiosity.
James Bond says, we have Turkish barbers here but they all money laundering as the owners are Albanian mafia LOL.
Hey Troy, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat.
4716 says, all lasagna is gross emo.
I gotta disagree with you, man. You've just been having the wrong meatloaf. I love meatloaf, but it's great to see you. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat.
At Brett Boyle says, blasphemy.
Blasphemy, yes. Just means he's never had a good meatloaf. That's all that means. Got to get the right meatloaf with the right proportions
At Troy
of meat.
4716 says, LOL.
Got to have the right cuts of meat. Some people like to mix in sausage with them. I mean, there's pizza meatloaf. I mean, there's so many different types of meatloaf you can do.
At Brett Boyle says, howdy Troy. James Bond says, no driving for me today Thomas, it's too hot and no AC in my vehicle as it needs regassing LOL.
Yeah, and you probably live. I think you said here and said you live in an apartment, so that doesn't help either. So it's not like you could just get a couple solar panels yourself and do it.
At Troy 4716 says, Brett. Eric.
Yes. What about me? Somebody just said my name. Oh, Troy just said Eric with the fingers, the peace sign.
James Bond says, at Troy 4716 hello Gtsai. At Troy 4716 says, Chris. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Hi Troy, it's WP to meet and out garlic sauce and pass it to what Gemini says to us.
Holy crap. He just dropping that crap in.
At Troy 4716 says, wait, we talking about lasagna, not meatloaf.
Well, we were, but I don't know, Troy changed it up to meatloaf, so ha. But you didn't tell me what because I probably was saying meatloaf. Yeah, that was on me. I was like, what's Turkish meatloaf?
At Terracluck 8589 says, try my meatloaf.
Yeah. Okay, so what is Turkish lasagna then, I guess? Is that the meat that you use in the lasagna? Are you a Jeffrey Dahmer? You go round up Turkish people, chop them up, and add them to your lasagna?
Says, Thomas.
You sit here and chop up Turkish people and add it to your lasagna? Is that how you make Turkish lasagna?
Tara, long time no see. I hope all is well with ya.
Yeah, good to see you, Tara. She watches a lot. She just doesn't chat. She runs us in the background and just kind of listens while she's working, which is nice. I appreciate it. Helps with the watch hours.
James Bond says, cheers Troy, good to see you. And yeah Eric, it's boiling in my apartment. I'm on top floor, it's like an oven.
Oh, that's even worse. That's where you got to have the basement flat where it's like you're halfway underground. Because then you get the temperature from the earth helps keep it colder.
Q3B says, hello Troy.
Let's see how we're doing for watch hours, just out of curiosity. It's been a hot minute since I looked.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, UES Turkish lasagna, something ideal to me at USA, after Turkish pizza exists. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I'm making lunch.
Cool beans.
At Troy 4716 says, Lisa.
Whoop whoop. We're at 2,076 valid watch hours. We got to get to 3,000. So we're on our way. We're getting there.
At Terracluck 8589 says, hi Troy, doing well, hope all is well with you.
Yeah, Troy, what project are you working on now? Troy does a whole bunch of really cool car customization stuff. I mean, I'm pretty sure he does.
James Bond says, hello at Terracluck 8589, good to see you, welcome in.
I'm pretty sure he does regular automotive stuff too, but I mean, he does a lot of car customization and stuff like that too. You working on anything cool? I like tuna casserole. It just depends on how.
At Kroger John Bryant says, cheers Chris.
Hey Kroger. Good to see you. I like tuna
James Bond
casserole.
Says, at Kroger John Bryant, cheers mate, welcome in.
It just depends on what the noodle to meat ratio is. if you're stingy on the meat, I'm not a fan of tuna casserole. I like it to be very tuna-ish.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, hello Kroger.
One day I'm gonna have to make my my tuna salad sandwiches. I grill the bread and, you know.
At Thomas Vermeeren says,
They
hi
turn out
star.
real good. They're pretty simple. It's nothing too crazy. The recipe's not anything super crazy, but I've always liked them. It's always turned out
At
real
Lisa
good.
Wet Q3B says, I'm making tuna casserole.
Yep. But yeah, it's a whole production. I don't know why we don't have have the garage door open when we're working
Troy.
that close. That just seems silly to me.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. At Troy 4716 says, meatloaf full of shrimps is the bomb.
Sweet beans.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I like this house.
I don't know if it's gonna be for sale or what. Usually when people do these kind of like mods and add-ons and stuff, it's because they're trying to increase the value because it's gonna go on the
At
market.
Kroger John Bryant says, hello Lisa, you making enough lunch for me also my friend?
Yeah, what about my lunch? I mean, it's okay. I know you're in Texas. It'd be a hike to sit here and
James Bond says, only Meatloaf I
Deliver
know
that.
was the big guy who sang Bat Outta Hell.
That's funny. Yeah.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, what a lunch today? At Troy 4716 says, Turkish lasagna is made with turkey, my guess.
Wow. Yeah, I guess. Troy just reached level 1. Cool
At
beans.
Lisa Wed Q3B says, Thomas, tuna casserole. At Troy 4716 says, working on my big Jeep today, exhaust time. Trying to make some progress this week because I have a Corvair waiting on me.
Cool beans. I thought about getting a Corvair. I saw a convertible that seemed like it was in really nice shape. I don't know. I want something.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, wide egg noodles.
I want something I'm not going to have to tinker with. That, you know, probably something in the 2000 era, you know, where it's modern enough that it gets decent gas mileage, but it's not so modern that, you know,
At
it's
Thomas
junk.
Vermeeren says, star, but after ya meatloaf I gonna sing from ya dish. Hihihi.
So I'm trying to figure out a convertible I can buy that's kind of in that sweet spot of I can still work on it. It's not a complete piece of crap. Because anything new nowadays, in my opinion, is garbage.
James Bond says, LOL at Thomas Vermeuren.
I don't think there's a manufacturer right now that's making a car or a truck or anything that's worth the money that they're asking way too much, and then the quality is just garbage.
At Thomas Vermeuren says, Lissa, nice lunch. Asian today.
Yeah, Chris, come on, tell us what the hell is Turkish lasagna? You got us all guessing. I still sit here and say you're a serial killer and you're chopping
At
up
Lisa
people.
Web Q3B says, tuna, cream of mushroom, cream of chicken, cream celery, white egg noodles, sauteed butter onions and celery, and on top shredded cheese.
Sounds pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I'm still sitting here saying that you're a serial killer, you know, like the Night Strangler or something, and you're cutting up Turkish people and putting them in your lasagna.
Thomas, yes.
That's why it's a secret, because you don't want to tell us.
At Thomas Vermeuren says, by the dashboard light.
Yeah, but you're...
At Lisa Web Q3B says, thank you, Thomas. At Thomas Vermeuren says, Thomas, Spundawok recipe, not?
Oh! Never mind. I thought it was Chris that was saying it.
James
It's
Bond
Thomas.
says, I have no idea. I know what Turkish delight is, LOL.
I gotcha. I thought you said it. I didn't realize it was Thomas that said it. You all have the same voice. So unless I specifically catch this person says...
At Troy 4716 says, yeah, this one is a vert. Serious floorboard issues as well as many other issues. It's pretty typical with old convertibles around these parts.
Yeah. Yeah, I just, you know, I want a convertible. I don't really want a sports car. I don't really want a Ford Mustang, but unfortunately...
At Thomas Vermeuren says, Chris, Durham is nice and at Belgium W fries in them Trenty at mine has good ones.
But unfortunately, the Ford Mustang kind of clicks all the boxes. You know, it's not... It's a sports car. What? Okay, we'll pretend it's a sports car. You know, but I mean, it's got...
James Bond says, it was Thomas who mentioned it first.
Yep. It's not a two-seater. It's got a little bit of room. It's not a super light car, so it'll... You know, the suspension will have a little weight on it, so it'll probably cruise down the road pretty well. You know, it'll get halfway decent gas mileage.
716 says, y'all eat some weird shit.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, that's the problem. It's like everything that's a sports car, everything's kind of a sports car. There's a Buick that's a convertible I was kind of thinking about. That wasn't too bad.
Choctaw County says, when people talk about Turkish lasagna, they are typically referring to either Kayseri yaglamasi, layered flatbread with spiced meat.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could have just Googled it. Damn it. Now my brain farted again. Holy crap. Oh yeah, convertibles. Yeah.
James Bond says, what about a convertible Charger, or am I imagining it? LOL.
They don't have a convertible Charger here in the United States. I like the Buick. I mean, it's a little bit older of a car. I'd have to do more research on the motor. I'm not a big fan. You know, like I said, GM has had some real problems. Every manufacturer. Once they started doing the cylinder delete stuff, they've had a lot of problems with engines lasting. So, you know, like I said, I don't know how new I want to go. It's not that good looking of a car. It's not bad, but it's not horrible either. See if I can pull it up. Yeah, they call it the Cascadia. So let's see if I can
James Bond says, damn it LOL, I swear I seen one here in England, or may have had the roof chopped off to turn it into one.
And that is 100% a possibility. I mean, Troy could do that. Troy could make you a convertible. All day long.
At Troy 4716 says, get a convertible kit for your big truck. Best of both worlds then.
Ha 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 ha. No, we're not doing that. Alright, so that's the Buick. Let's see.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris in the shadow at the moment at Europe. Damn hot.
See, I mean, it's not a bad looking car. I don't know. I gotta look more at the technology. I don't love the interior of them. I like simpler radios where you can easily replace them. You know, when they're integrated into everything, I'm not a big fan of that. What else was I looking at? I was looking at the Cadillac XLR, but then I figured out how expensive that was going to be. Jesus Christ. Because they're kind of a collector's car now, and they had such a short production run, there's definitely a situation where the taillights are $2,000.
4716 says, looks like a chick's car Romeo.
I mean, just the taillights, because they're LED, are like $2,000. And they're becoming unattainium. So.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, after 30 minutes I am doing the tryout dish.
Yeah. So that's the XLR.
James Bond says, that is a Vauxhall Astra convertible in the UK, Eric. Buick must use the same body shell.
Yeah. Yeah, what I like about this one is this one's a hard top convertible. So the actual top goes up, but then I'm sitting here going,
Thomas Vermeeren, yet very hot here.
Then I'm sitting here going, well, if that mechanical top breaks, man, how much is that going to cost? You know, if it's $2,000 some just for your taillights. I don't know. What the hell is going on here? What else was I looking at?
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, can't wait to Thursday. This week W lesser 10.
Yeah, I would have gotten a mini, or not a mini. Well, yeah, I actually looked at a Mini Cooper too. Mini Cooper convertible.
At Troy 4716 says, stick with pre-1973. Can't go wrong.
You know, but that's the thing. You know, I would have to find one. I'd have to find one from down south because anyone that'd be up here would be garbage.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Vauxhall is the UK version of Opel by Dutch Stellantis nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, you know, 1970s is good, but, you know, when they raised the speed limit to 70 miles an hour, you know, a lot of
James
vehicles
Bond
were
says,
built and geared.
What about buying an old Dodge Challenger convertible?
Dodge Challenger convertible? I don't know. I don't remember the Dodge Challenger ever being a convertible. But again, like I said, the problem is just to find those kind of cars, I'd have to go down south to buy it.
At Thomas Vermeeren, yeah.
But I also, one of my requirements is I want to get halfway decent gas mileage. I'd like it to get 25 miles to the gallon so I don't feel bad driving it, you know? Stupid. I don't know why he took that part of the concrete out.
At Troy 4716 says, Eric, you're too big for a Mini Cooper. You'd look like Yogi Bear driving it.
I like small cars. I mean, I drive a Mitsubishi Mirage. I'm actually comfortable in small cars, and I'm frugal. You know, I don't feel bad about driving my little car up to Green Bay to just go grab something.
James Bond says, I seen one, but it will cost you like $70 grand LOL, as it's from the late 60s if memory serves right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't feel bad driving my little car and just going for a road trip for no reason. You know, because I know it's only got a 7-gallon gas tank. I mean, in today's money with the gas prices the way they are,
At
yeah.
Thomas Vermeeren says, New Holland 337 is funny as always. So Wally to me as always.
Yeah. But, you know, so I thought about a Mini Cooper. I test drove one. I thought about buying it. I'd probably get the non-turbo version though. Less problems. But I mean, Mini Cooper's got, you get some mileage on them. They're crap too. It's like nobody makes a good car anymore.
At Joseph Newpel says, what about a Mustang convertible?
Everybody's got a Mustang convertible. That's the problem. I kind of want to have something that's not the same as what everybody's got. I mean, I'm going to probably end up buying a Mustang convertible.
Choctaw County says, yes, the Dodge Challenger was offered as a convertible, but only during its initial production run for the 1970 and 1971 model years.
Oh, so that means it's going to be expensive as hell. Yeah. We got to remember, I'm not rich. That's the problem. I'm not rich.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, huh?
Huh? Huh? I mean, I'm not broke, but I'm not rich. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've got my motorcycles, I've got
James
my
Bond
Jeep.
says, there is a 2023 Hellcat convertible.
Not around 2023. Hell, that's got to be modded. I don't remember Hellcats being convertibles from stock. Plus, Chrysler can't build a transmission to
Thomas
save their
Vermeeren
life.
says, Lisa, they're talking about cars.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I like, we're talking about which convertible I should buy, not just talking about cars. I mean, Chrysler makes very good looking vehicles.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, with the worker guys.
But Chrysler just can't build a transmission that'll last. So I'm not a big fan of Chrysler. Only reason I've got my Dodge Dually is because Cummins made the motor and Ison
James
made the
Bond
transmission.
Says, at Choctaw County Wick 8362, cheers for the info.
Yeah. Toyota Avalon. Oh yeah, that reminds me of another car. Volkswagen EOS was a hardtop convertible.
Choctaw County says, 2000 Toyota Avalon is what you need.
Yeah. Yeah, let me look that up. I don't know. But yeah, Volkswagen makes this thing called the EOS or something, and it's a hardtop convertible, which I like.
James Bond says, that's what ChatGPT is saying must be another rare model. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I born in 1970s.
Me too.
James Bond says, Camaro convertible if you don't like Ford LOL.
Yeah, but the 2000 era, everything was plastic, and they're just, the Camaros are shitty, from that era are just shitty cars. I could go with...
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, at home we drove W Suzuki S-Cross in almost white, very light gray.
Yeah. Toyota never produced a convertible version of the Avalon. They did make one called the Solstice.
Drive, nowadays.
Oh, the Camry. Made a two-door Camry. Then they also made...
James Bond says, BMW make good convertibles in the USA, the M8 for example, Eric.
Yeah, but whenever you're dealing with a German car, man, over here to get parts, it's so damn expensive. And then if they get over 100,000 miles, they're just trash.
Choctaw County says, no convertible.
Every kid, yeah, but I've got daily drivers. I want a weekend fun car. So yes, I want a convertible. It's not a need, it's a want.
2000s Camaro junk.
Yeah, I agree. I could go a little bit on the newer Camaros, but again, I'm not a big fan of their radio setup.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, they don't sell diesel vehicles in the USA that are sporty like in the UK or EU.
Yeah. No, what was it? The Camaro, for whatever reason, they got this really weird dash, and the radio is like the size of your phone screen. I mean, I like Apple CarPlay and Android Auto and all that stuff, but here they got a radio display that's like the size. Mazda Miata, yeah, maybe old one.
James Bond says, Mazda Miata LOL.
I looked at the S2000, the Honda S2000, but those things are still really expensive. And I don't fit in the new Miatas. They're not made for somebody that's 6'1". Otherwise, I get one. They've got a Miata that's got, granted, I'd like a manual, but I kind of want a car that's got, I've never had a car that's had adaptive cruise control. I really want a car that has adaptive cruise control. And the Miata, they have a version of the Miata, but it's an automatic that has adaptive cruise control.
Says, Chris, okay, our Kalruit group at gas station AW Eco tanking too. James Bond says, Toyota MR2?
Yeah, I test drove one of those back in the day. I'm not sure how good of a car they are anymore. I mean, it's Toyota. I mean, it's a weird car. I don't know. I'd have to check again.
Thomas, okay.
I keep on leaning towards like a Mini Cooper. I mean, that's one possibility. I liked it, It wasn't a bad little car. I fit in it pretty good. I mean, obviously I slide the seat all the way back. The back seat, it might as well be a two-seater.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
But I mean, it's nice to have the back seat that you can throw a bag in there or throw something back there. Even if nobody can sit behind you. I had a Geo Metro convertible. I picked it up for $100, and it cost me $150 to put a motor in it because it had a blown motor. And I cannot tell you, as
Thomas Vermeeren says, oh, what a very hetero conversation here, ha 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 ha, not in the hetero or gay team myself, hee hee hee.
Okay, well, we're just talking about car. We're helping me try to pick a convertible car to buy. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, I love that little Geo Metro. I mean, it was yellow. Yeah, it was stupid looking from the outside, but I mean, when you were behind the wheel...
James Bond says, Eric, have you drove a convertible Fiat 500 Abarth? They are fast, fun little cars.
No, I have not. But I also don't want anything with a turbo because turbos usually become headache problems later. But that Geo Metro, man, that thing was a blast. I mean, you couldn't see over the dash, or you couldn't see the hood, so all you could see was the inside of the car, and pretty much the top of the dash because you sat really low in it. It was an automatic. It was just a 3-speed automatic. It didn't do freeways very well because it was designed around a 55 mile an hour speed limit.
James Bond says, LOL Thomas.
So I mean, it would do 70, but you're winding out 4,000 RPM in that car. So it really was just a city car. That's why I haven't gone and bought another one. Mine rotted out. That's why I ended up getting rid of it. I wouldn't mind owning another one, but it's just not a traveling car. And it was really cool because when the convertible top went down, it had plastic panels that covered it up. So, but then there was also this area between the trunk and between the back wall of the car where the top folded down, which was perfect for putting a subwoofer box in. Because the subwoofer box literally there was space on the floor for this subwoofer box, even with the top down. And it was just like the perfect spot to put it. It only had front speakers. I literally just put a sub box in there. And I'd be driving around just cranking the fucking music.
Says, Audi sell convertibles in the U.S.
Yeah, Audis. I was looking at one. Again, German. Anything German, right? You know, Germans over-engineer everything, so when they finally do break, they just cost $1 million to repair. And they nickel and dime the shit out of you.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I like the publical traffic at Belgium and Fordy design of real fat bikes that likes BMXW huge wheels. But I use Tech Creative, not yet nickel myself.
I mean, I enjoy being out in the weather, having the wind whip through my hair, stuff like that. That's why I have motorcycles and I've got the Jeep. Nissan
James Bond says,
Z.
I have found a good one, Eric, a Nissan 370Z convertible.
Yeah, as long as the kid that had it before didn't beat the living shit out of it. It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's not a possibility. I'm trying to get away from the sports car though, because I just want the comfortable ride. I want to go cruising through the woods, through, highways that take you through like
At Thomas
national parks.
Says, I see Tech the Cray away, not too technical for my, hihi, but ever won his thing off course.
Hey Jim, you have a great day. Take care. Nice to have you in here. That's the catch. Is like
At Jim Rockford 777 says, everyone have a safe and blessed day.
It's like I don't really want a sports car because the sports cars have the sports car suspension, so they're a rougher ride. They're not as. I just want to cruise, I want it to get halfway decent gas mileage. That's why I keep coming back to the Ford Mustang.
James Bond says, there is British car available in the US, Eric, a Jaguar F-Type convertible. It is a Grand Tourer convertible.
Yeah, Jaguar is kind of junk though too. I thought about getting an old Jaguar. Only reason being is that Jaguar was using a lot of parts from GM, and even though they have a 12, I think it was a 10 or 12 cylinder engine or whatever they had in there.
James Bond says, at Jim Rockford 777, cheers, hope your Memorial Day holiday went well, sir.
I think it was a 10 cylinder the Jaguar had. But the interesting thing is they shared a GM bell housing, so you could easily swap out a GM powertrain into it.
Yeah, Thomas.
So, yeah, it's just whatever.
At Calentloos 4415 says, can I hear the radio?
Yep. So yeah, no, like I said, that's that is.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, SP everyone knows and watch team I am. He, ever won his team. James Bond says, Jeremy Clarkson has a 2013 F-Type Jaguar and he drove it across South America no problems. The 2013 model WS reliable.
Yeah.
Thomas. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, a 24/7 stream of Top Gear available at YT by the way. James Bond says, yeah Thomas, I watch it a lot. I miss the old Top Gear.
I do too. They tried to do an American version of Top Gear, and I was not impressed by it. I'm really surprised we're not. Oh, well, I guess we're not. We're gonna do the. So, you guys probably can't see it.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I saw the Mr. Bean YT 24/7 streams.
So it looks like they're doing an extension here. We'll just take you off this for a second. So it looks like they're adding a loop around behind the house. So that's what we're doing here. So we're pulling out the concrete, and then we're going to add this big extension.
At Joseph Newell says, Eric, whatever you decide, hope you're happy with, sir.
Yeah. I probably will. I just, it's just trying to figure it out, I like to have things that are a little different that not everybody has.
At Telescope Production Services says, the Top Gear specials were always my favorite.
Hello, Telescope. Welcome to the channel. Good to see you, buddy. I love Top Gear.
Derek says, hi everyone.
Hi, Derek.
James Bond says, the 3 original Top Gear members did a show called The Grand Tour, and that worked well too.
Yep. Yeah, I watched that too. Yeah, they tried to do a Top Gear America, and it just, I don't know, the chemistry wasn't there.
Thomas Vermeeren says, hi DN.
The chemistry just wasn't the same.
James Bond says, at Telescope Production Services, yet I love the ones they did in Africa, so cool.
And that's the cool thing about Europe, is you can drive to all these places. You could take a car, from Europe to Germany to Sweden to whatever.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I gonna 2E, guys.
All right, take care, Thomas. Although you never bothered to tell us what
be back after
the Turkish lasagna was. No, I love Top Gear. That was like one of my favorite shows.
James Bond says, also Lexus make a convertible called the LC500.
Yeah, that's probably a decent car. LC500. Let me take a look. Let's see how ugly it is, though. That's probably the thing. LC
Derek says, hi Thomas.
500. It's not horrific. 2005 for about... Holy crap.
James Bond says, at Glen 6003, good to see you.
The 2026, they want $22,000 for a 2026 version of that car. Yeah, buddy, we
Derek says, hi Chris.
Then that's good. I mean, if you weren't going to be able to get all of that on me anyways, Glenn still would have had to come back. So it doesn't matter. I mean, that's enough. He'll
Bond
fit.
says,
So
cheers, Derek.
all right, cool beans. Thank you. Yep. All right. Transfer you guys onto this mount.
At Telescope Production Services says, it was amazing that they drove a Toyota to the North Pole.
Yeah, that was a cool episode. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, we've got to talk about, I mean, I get it. You guys
James
think
Bond
I'm
says,
rich, but
enjoy your meal, Thomas.
I am not rich. I'm not $122,000 go to buy a car. We're talking about maybe 10, 20 grand at the most. I'm looking for a used car.
$122,000, yikes.
Yeah. I'm just looking for a used car that's, I can drive on the weekends. It's not even my daily driver. I just want something I can enjoy. Asking me about
Cheers, young man, for your hard work.
$22,000 car. That's crazy. It's crazy, man. All right, let's blow this popsicle stand. We be rolling. Ooh, we be blowing a lot of smoke too. Dust flying out of the bed. Oh. Yeah, I'm not even sure what the heck we're doing. I mean, today's gonna be like a grading day because we're not laying today. So I'm not sure what the plan is.
James Bond says, Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow convertible, Eric? It's only 600,000, haha.
Sure, that's the ticket. But no, getting back to the old Jaguar, that is a possibility. I mean, because they've always been a cool looking car. They just, mechanically, they weren't always the best. But they're a perfect car that if you want to swap in an LS, like a truck.
Telescope Production Services says, if you want your mind blown, research about cars for kids and where the money goes and why.
Cars for kids? Is that some type of donation program you guys got? I just realized something. I'll deal with it in a second. I forgot this camera's still zoomed in. Funny. Yeah, we've got like coats for kids. I don't think we've got cars for kids. Oh. Turn signals on, buddy.
James Bond says, okay, at Telescope Production Services, and yeah, the Jaguar is a comfy car for long distances and powerful.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about like the old Jaguars, like the 90s Jaguars. Early 2000 Jaguars. I mean, they still look pretty good, and they because they're such freaking mechanical nightmares. It would definitely be, if I bought the Jaguar, nice leather interior, nice car, but I would buy it with the purpose that I'm going to swap the motor. I wouldn't even bother with trying to, keep it running normally. I'd get a
Derek says, my favorite car is either 67 Mustang or 67 Nova.
Yeah. I'd get a either a 6-liter LS motor or a 5.3 and just strap it in there. Probably drop in an automatic transmission, a modern automatic transmission. You know, so you can get overdrive and call it a day. But again, I don't want another project car. That's the other thing. I just want something I can have and drive, and I don't have to work on it. I don't have to fix it. And it just does its job. I want it to have a little bit of a cool factor. You know, you come rolling up in it and it's like, oh, that's a cool car, you know? I like the cool factor. Plus, I'm single. I gotta go, eventually I gotta go on the hunt, you know? I mean, gotta flaunt, you know? Just be like, you know what I mean? You understand? Jesus Christ. I hate this intersection. This is one of those intersections that really should have a stop sign or something. A roundabout. Put a roundabout in here. This is one I agree that there should be a roundabout.
James Bond says, I found it Erica Jaguar XK8 convertible, only $5,000 on Auto Trader US website.
Yep, and it'd be fine. That'd be a fine car. But then I've got to sit here and I got to plan to do a motor swap.
At Telescope Production Services says, 1971 Plymouth Cuda is a sweet car too.
Yeah, we're trying to get to the point where I don't want to go that old. We're trying to find a car that's somewhat modern, that gets respectable gas
Jared
mileage.
Says, I had a 67 Nova, we put a blown 502 in it.
Yeah. I'm just looking for a fun weekend car that's reliable, that's not too sporty, that, you know, it's a rough ride. You know, I don't want to go too old because...
James Bond says, also the XJS is a good convertible too for $9,000.
Yeah. So that's the problem, you know. We kind of want a Ford Mustang without it being a Ford Mustang. I guess that's the best way of saying it. That's what we're looking for. Honestly, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a Ford Mustang that's not a Ford Mustang. You know, something that's got a little bit of rear seats. You know,
James
whether they're
Bond
usable
says,
or not.
At Telescope Production Services, yet I love those old Plymouths.
Yeah. You know, even if you can't really use the seat, at least you can throw shit back behind you. You know, not too sporty of a car that has a decent ride, gets halfway decent mileage. So, I mean, like I said, the Mustang ticks all the boxes, but everybody's got a fucking Mustang. I don't want the same car that everybody has. That's where that catch-22 comes in.
James Bond says, Porsche Boxster, they are good.
Yeah, again, German engineering, expensive when they start to go down. I almost bought an Audi though. I actually liked the car. It wasn't a bad car. The salesman keeps reaching out to me. The thing that I think scared me off about the one that he was selling at the dealership was that it was a buyback lemon. So at some point, the dealership had to take the car back because it was having recurring problems for so long that that it was just, it was junk. And I don't know if that ever got sorted out, Oh my God. If you can't handle it, stop watching my stream.
James Bond says, yeah, they are good until they go wrong, LOL.
Yeah. I want something that's cheap to fix too. When it decides it's going to take a shit, I'm going to be able to fix it economically. You got to stop watching my stream. That's what you need to do. Real simple. At some point and time. Nobody said I was doing it right now. Or I was even interested in doing it right now. Yes, I'm talking to somebody that messaged me directly. Read way too much stuff into crap. I never liked the way the front of the Pontiacs looked.
Pontiac Trans Am, did they do a convertible one?
No. I mean, they did. I'm pretty sure they did. But Pontiac looks so stupid over here. The GTO, when they had it over in Australia, they called it the, I don't remember,
Choctaw
the whole...
County says, heading to eat lunch, be back.
Catch you later, sir. The Holden that they had, that front end was sexy as can be. I mean, but Pontiac's got this stupid, all their cars have to have this weird grill looking shit. And when they brought that...
James Bond says, it's not Lisa Webb, is it, LOL?
When they brought that car over from Australia and made it the American Pontiac GTO, it looks like garbage. And I've thought about buying one and then ordering a front bumper from Australia just to make it look good. But it was always a hardtop. That was never, the GTO was never a convertible. But yeah, I mean, Firebirds too. I mean, any of the modern Firebirds, anything.
James Bond says, okay, at Choctaw Countiwick 8362, enjoy your lunch.
Anything that's Pontiac, their styling department, somebody needs to walk in there and just
At Lisa
knock them over the head.
Says, why everyone talking about me?
I don't know. Somebody just needs to knock some of these designers over the head a few times. Because anything Pontiac, just that front end looks so stupid. Such an ugly looking car.
James Bond says, we are kidding Lisa and yeah, Eric, if seen the Pontiac GTO, they messed the front end up on that. The UK version looked way better.
Yeah. I mean, they also had the G8 or something, I think, or G7 that was a convertible that was Pontiac. And again, the foreign version looks great. Great looking car. The American one, no, they had to do that stupid front end. It looks ugly as shit. But it is what it is. I don't know. I keep leaning towards that Buick I showed you guys at the very beginning. I mean, it's kind of cool. I mean, I guess it's different. It's a different car. I think it would probably be a fun little car. I don't see very many of them, so it's definitely something different. I'm guessing it would get pretty good gas mileage. I guess I just got to do a little bit more research on the reliability. See if that's the car I want to get.
James Bond says, question, will Eric ever find an alternative to a Mustang convertible? LOL.
I'll make some compromise at some point, or I'll just end up buying a Mustang convertible, I guess. I don't know. Hell, as much as
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Hell, as much as I've paid for all the cameras and all the gear and the laptops and I could have bought, there was a guy selling a Mini Cooper for like $5,000. Could have bought that Mini Cooper practically.
Lisa Wet Q3B says, I will take a ride with Eric.
Alright. I mean, here's my motivation. This is the reason. Other than the fact that I just want one, okay? I like my motorcycles, I do. I like to get on them, I like to go for a ride. I like the wind in my hair, the whole experience. But Wisconsin is definitely a state where we get really big temperature swings. So it can be 80 degrees.
James Bond says, yeah, can't go wrong with the Ford come to the dark side, Eric, haha.
Haha. Yeah, the problem is trying to find one that's not an EcoBoost. Because those EcoBoost motors are just trash. It's just trying to find a standard V8, Mustang is like a nightmare. Everybody's selling the EcoBoost, and nobody wants the EcoBoost because it's junk. So, if you want to get a modern Ford, if you want to get a newer body style, 2012, 2014, even 2018 or so, they all come with that stupid EcoBoost motor. But the reason, what I was saying is that we have such temperature swings that if you take off like early in the morning, it's cold. It's cold outside. It's, it's 50s, 60s maybe. And 60 on a bike is cold. That's cold temperatures. I like it to be at least 70 or more when I'm on the motorcycle. So let's say I want to go up to Door County, for a bike ride. It's a beautiful ride. Take a look on my channel. I've actually got a video where I took the bike all the way up to Door County, took you guys with.
Says, yeah, mine's not EcoBoost, just non-turbo Fiesta from 20 years back, LOL.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about the Mustangs, though. I had a chest mount on, and I took you guys on a motorcycle ride all the way up to Door County. Beautiful scenery. I mean, just driving through the woods. I mean, just beautiful ride. But on the way back, by the time the afternoon hit, it dropped down to like nothing. The temperatures were super cold again. And then you're freezing your ass off. With a convertible, if you're going to go on that kind of ride for that long, where it's like an all-day ride, when it gets cold, you can turn the heat up. And if that still isn't enough, you can put the top back up. You can still enjoy the experience of being in nature and being able to hear the birds chirp and, and hear the rustling of the of the leaves, in the trees and stuff, and still have that experience, but then you can also sit here and, you can get away from that experience and just put the top up and have the heat running and, So, I mean, that's why I want another convertible. I miss it. I've had convertibles, and I'm not getting any younger, so...
James Bond says, yeah, you will need to buy an older Mustang pre-2012 to avoid that eco-boom engine, as I call it, haha.
Well, I mean, I could get the V8 model, because I anticipate driving it more on country roads and freeways, so your city mileage isn't as big of an issue if you're constantly pretty much driving on the freeway and stuff. Then you're on the whatever the city or the highway mileage is. Because I like going up.
Oil says, my girlfriend's 2025 Ford F-150 is a piece of crap. Massive tech problems.
What year was that again? 2025? Oh yeah, everything new is junk. Everything new is junk. You couldn't pay me enough. Well, maybe you could, but you'd never get me to go buy a brand new pickup in today's. One, they're too expensive, and two, they're just not reliable enough.
Brett Boyle says, just found out yesterday we are stuck with it another year, as to try and get out of it at this point would be a net loss of over $10,000.
Oh, you're going to be even worse next year, because then it's going to depreciate even more. You are not making enough on the payments, because most of the money that you're paying right now is going towards
James
the
Bond
interest.
Says, Brett Boyle, yeah, Vince, the Storm Chaser has same model, it is rubbish. Looks good though, lol.
Yeah, you're going through the interest right now on your payments. You're not paying enough on principal that by next year, you think you're stuck with that car. If you're already 10 grand in the hole, next year that value is going to drop. Next year that value is going to drop by another 10 grand. You're going to be $20,000 in the hole. If you try to get rid of it next year, I guarantee it. I guarantee it. You might as well just cut your throat and take the loss.
Boyle says, it's definitely rubbish. It's been in the shop once a month since she's got it with tech issues.
Well, then that's when you sit here and you look at the lemon law. If it's having the same issues and same problems, and it's a chronic lemon, that's when you sit here and you actually look at talking to a lawyer and get them to take that car back. And then they pay you everything you paid for it. And you're just done. You get all your money back, and you get to walk away from the car. That's what you do.
We're going to stop driving it, get something cheap for me to run around in, and she's going to take my truck to work.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd look into lemon law depending on how many repairs it has and if they have to fix the same problem. You might be able to send it back to Ford as a lemon. Jesus Christ. Dude, he needs to grade this out a little bit better. This is fucking ridiculous. Where the hell did Glenn dump? Glenn had a load of rock on. I don't know where the hell he took it to dump it. Because this is where I'd dump it.
James Bond says, At Brett Boyle, yeah, just sue the dealership and say the car was not fit for purpose when it was sold to your girlfriend.
Well, it depends. It has to meet certain criteria to be able to do that. But he's in Canada. I don't know if they've got the lemon law like they do here in the United States. I mean, just another reason that you should have been an American in the first place. You know, I mean, the flapjacks and maple syrup isn't that good to sit here and justify, living in Canada, I mean, America is so much better. Holy fuck. I hate hauling concrete. Just makes a mess everywhere. It's so... Especially when the guy doesn't break it up. He could have broke it up a lot more than he did.
James Bond says, even the new Ford Puma in the UK is crap. My friend Raj has one and it's a few months old. Recalled already, a new engine must be fitted.
Yeah. Oh, everything new is crap. You want to know the only thing that's new that isn't crap? That Ruxnor fucking thing that's like a Jeep. That thing's probably really cool. But they won't let you drive it as a car. They treat it as it's a UTV.
At Brett Boyle says, I like my clean streets. Education and healthcare, thank you very much, LOL.
Ah, bullshit. I'd rather live in Ethiopia than Canada.
James Bond says, Canada has a lot of bad problems at the moment with junkies and mass immigration.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why the GPS took us on this really wild route to get over to this job site. It's actually there's a more direct way to go. My pants were digging into my belly. Had to release the button. Now I gotta remember before I get out of the truck to rebutton
James
them.
Bond says, I think they make the new cars deliberately crap to force electric cars on us, and my friend John is in Niagara and he will tell you it has a lot of issues.
Well, there's two factors here, okay? Yes, planned obsolescence is one thing. That's part of it. Is they definitely do planned obsolescence. And two, it's just, well, no, really it is. I mean, they've always done planned obsolescence, but they're taking it overboard. I mean, they're literally trying to figure out how to save a penny on everything. A penny on everything. They are so willing to sacrifice quality. But then on top of it,
Q3B says, they making a street.
But then on top of it, the problem is that they had these unrealistic goals that all the Democrats kept pushing on them for the manufacturers to meet certain fuel fuel mileage requirements that just weren't really feasible. It's like, dude, I get it. You're trying to push technology and whatnot, but, at the sacrifice of reliability. I mean, you take my Chevy. I've got a 1500 Chevy, 2006 model. with a 5.3 liter V8 in it. And that truck is going to run until the frame breaks in two, which will happen because Wisconsin.
Boyle says, capitalists gonna capitalist.
Yeah. Which, because in Wisconsin, you know, the frames rot out from all the salt. So that's going to be that truck's fate. It's not going to blow a motor, and even if it did, there's thousands of motors I can put in it. It's simple.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, back there.
There's lots of motors that are simple, you know. Trying to see what Lisa's talking about. Let's see.
James Bond says,
They're
good
making a
example
street.
Eric, if you watch Flip's channel, he's a trucker too, and the new trucks take special light bulbs. Each bulb on those new Kenworths costs $100. What a scam.
Yep. Well, it's probably because it's got LEDs, which are brighter and easier and better for lighting and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's just so stupid. I mean,
the funniest thing was he replaced the bulbs at his own expenses. He owns his truck, and then the bulbs blew again in under 2 months. LOL.
That's not funny. But yeah, I mean, that Chevy truck, man, it will run forever. It will literally run forever. And when it doesn't run, it'll break. I literally am in the market to buy another one. Anybody that's down south, if you know of somebody selling like a 2006 Chevy Crew Cab 1500, you know, rust free, I want it, you know. Well, thank you, Thomas. Thank you very much.
Thomas Vermeeren says, nice area. You drive, Eric.
Thank you, sir. That's why I hope you get more people to come watch my stream, because it's not just me going down a freeway. You know, you can watch anybody that's just driving down the freeway. You know, I drive more of these rural routes, which is impossible to stream from unless you have a crazy setup like I do. So yeah.
At Brett Boyle says, my 99 Chev is coming up on 450,000 kilometers on it. I've had to put a transmission and transfer case in it. Few grand, but one of the best engines of all time with the 5.3 liter LS.
Yeah. No, so like I said, if anybody from down south knows of somebody that's got a clean...
He ended up finding a Chinese company that makes the same bolts, and get this, the bolts are still good 6 months on and only cost $2.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. So yeah, no, I'm looking either a 2006, because after 2006, the 5.3 became...
Brett Boyle says, I have a heavy half too, so heavier suspension than a regular half ton.
Yeah. So Chevy ended up installing in 2007, they started doing the cylinder delete, where they could cut off the fuel to individual cylinders. Welcome back. And that cylinder deletion thing is what tears those motors up. You know, it wipes out the cams, the lifters.
Thomas Vermeeren says, yes, Canada, Belgium kilometers per hour and UK USA miles per hour.
Yeah. So the lifters fail, then they turn, and then they wipe out the cam. And then the motor's garbage. Anything that's got a cylinder delete thing, just
James
throw it in the garbage.
Says, at Red Boyle, same as those old Ford pickups from the 90s, they seem to run forever.
Yep. But you can still buy a little bit newer of a truck than the 2006. But then you have to get into a truck that's got the 6 liter LS motor. And it's usually more of a work truck style base. They don't tend to be a regular truck. They tend to be more of a work truck. But if you can get a 6-liter, you can get up a few more years than just 2006.
James Bond says, Dodge has that same tech on the Durango.
Yeah.
Sometimes the cylinder delete gets stuck and you're left running on 4 cylinders, not good.
Nope. Yeah, that 5.7's got the cylinder delete on the Dodge too. I can't tell. That whole cylinder delete thing, and it's all about freeway mileage.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, very male hetero tal here. Hihihi. I'm don't do gay talks too. Hihi, not even in between. Hahaha lol.
It is what it is. I'm a hetero male. That's the kind of content you're going to get, is hetero conversation, I guess. Sorry. Not sorry.
Uncertain Magistrate says, I viewers stream boo.
Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. But yeah. It's just, I don't know.
Thomas Vermeeren says, but every team is talking off course and respect. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking for a truck, a rust-free truck from down south that can kind of replace my Chevy, because I know my Chevy's not long for this world much longer. I'll probably get another maybe 3-4 years. But it'd be nice to just get a nice one. What do we got here? Work chat. Where are you guys dumping it? I just took it to Evanston.
At Brett Boyle says, I'm trying to track down a 99 to 06 Chev extended cat for a parts drop. I need a new box. Hard to find. Lots of engines and stuff. A nice box difficult to find though lol.
Yeah, if we're dumping at Evanston up at the top for like concrete, then it's just backfill for the quarry.
Nice place here.
So this is where an automatic would be better. Backfill. So pretty much anything goes. Alright, turn TTS back on, sorry. I was trying to do voice to text so I wasn't typing a message, and TTS was cock blocking me. I was sitting here trying to send a message. TTS would come over and I'm like, fuck! Now I gotta delete a whole bunch of shit. So, there we go. Yeah, I don't know where the other driver dumped his load because I didn't see it where we went. Alright, we back. Oh. We are dying. Where did I put the wireless mickeys? Yeah, shit. Well, we still got a microphone, but I gotta change out the microphone, and I gotta figure out where the hell I put the microphones. I gotta find a home for it. I mean, normally it's in the bag, but I pulled it out because I was like, oh, well, I'm going to need this. And I was like, oh, well, let me put it right here so I can have it convenient. Oh, there it is. Got covered up by one of those paper towels. All right. Now, the key is I got to remember that if this doesn't turn on automatically, to turn it on. Which it looks like it turned on automatically, so we should be good. Got to talk to the boss about, he bought a new drone. I could be fucking around with the drone right now. We could be playing with the new drone. Yeah, I want to do that sometime too there, Thomas. I know I'm answering before TTS, sorry. But I'd like to go do a trip down Route 66.
Says, Route 66 is beautiful.
I'd love to go do that before it's gone, you know. I mean, it's still not what it was, but, you know, because it starts right in Chicago.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I'm eating lunch.
Yeah. I mean, it starts right in the Chicago area, which is not just south of me. I believe it does. Maybe I'm wrong. But I could have swore Route 66 started like near Chicago.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Lisa, enjoy it, VIP. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I made 2 pans of tuna casserole for everyone.
Cool beans.
James Bond says, enjoy lunch, Lisa.
All right, we're gonna make a stop over at the Quick Trip. It's
Thomas Vermeeren says, thanks, Lisa. LOL.
all this food talk. It's hot dog, hot diggity dog time. So we're gonna get a hot dog or two, hopefully. Hopefully we're gonna get a hot dog or two.
Lisa Wet Q3B says, thank you, Thomas and Chris. Brett Boyle says, Troy would be thrilled with dinner. I'm going to make a crock pot of root beer pulled pork.
Root beer pulled pork. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. I mean, I guess it would sweeten it up. I'd imagine the root flavor. I don't know. That's one I've never heard of.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, LOL.
A root beer pulled pork. Interesting. very interesting. Holy crap.
James Bond says, "You're welcome, Lisa." At Lisa Web Q3B says, "Bread, we are having leftovers from tuna casserole, lol." At Thomas Vermeeren says, "The male hetero are talking about tech. Hihihi. But I enjoy the view. Lisa, lol."
We're not even talking about tech anymore. Tech is over. So that building right there, that's the highway department for Calumet. That's where I worked not last year, but the year before. That's a big building.
Says, "Nice, lol."
They spent a lot of money on this building. They've got their own repair shop. Like they can pull motors, semi-motors.
Choctaw
Take
County
the cab
says,
off.
"Dr. Pepper had baked beans."
Yeah. I mean, it is a really impressive facility. They've got their own wash bay. Hey, look, it's a Mater truck.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, "Hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you."
Yeah, so this Chevy truck here pretty much is what my truck looks
At
like.
Thomas Vermeeren says, "Chalk, enjoy them."
So this truck right here in front of us, that's pretty much what my truck looks like. Mine's not quite as rotted as this one, but it'll get there. That's what happens to Wisconsin trucks. They just rot out.
At Brett Boyle says, "Yes, pulled pork sandwiches with garlic."
Pulled pork sandwiches with garlic, Parmesan, mayo, cheese, and pickles. They're delicious. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get my hot diggity dog.
Choctaw County says, "What does level 1 mean?"
That means that you've been here on the channel. It kind of tells you how much you watch. You know, so if it sits here and says levels, you know, now that we have this new feature, you know, somebody that's got a higher level just means they're watching on the channel more often. And then there's a point system too. We added
At Lisa Web Q3B says, "Yuck, root beer with pulled pork."
we added a point system. So for like every 10 minutes you watch, you get 10 points, and then you can gamble. Chris can probably show you guys how that all works.
James Bond says, well, the weather command don't exist anymore.
Thank you very much. Yep. No, I'm going over here to eat my hot dogs real quick. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Hello. I'm wearing the microphone. I wonder if you guys can hear me. Oh, that's surprising. Usually I always got a garbage. Only over there. Oh well. I didn't realize I took the microphone with me. So you guys didn't have your TTS. Oh no. Pretty sure you guys can hear me now. Hopefully you guys didn't hear me the whole time I was in the store, because then if YouTube could hear the music, then I'm probably gonna have a copyright and friction thingy coming. So yeah, you guys will have to tell me, were you guys able to hear music? Should throw this away real quick. Oh, that's good. Yeah, they had music going in the store, and
Hear you now, Eric.
gotcha. I mean, I don't really care if you guys hear me. It's not like I sit here and I trash talk you behind your back or anything. I just,
Lisa Wet Q3B says, I think William is at work.
I just don't want to get in trouble with YouTube because of, you know, walking into a Quick Trip with music going. We'll just go here. Because otherwise that guy's going to freak out. Because I'm going to stop the truck and he's going to be like, why are you stopping the truck? Get some of these empty water bottles out of here. Like, if I'm going to make the effort to get out of the truck to get rid of a paper cup, I might as well get more than just that out of here. Oh, Jesus Christ.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, Chris blocked me again.
Oh well. I think he just does it to fuck with you. Because you sit here and you bring it up.
James Bond says, no I did not LOL I see your comment Lisa.
Hey Lisa, are you on Top Chat or Live Chat? Although you're a mod though, you should show up on either one I would think.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, LOL. At Brett Boyle says, people with the wrench can see comments even if people have them blocked. If a person with the wrench blocks someone, then the other person without won't be able to see.
Well, Brett, you can personally block somebody too, not... So like if you didn't want to see any comments from Chris, even though, you know, let's say you weren't a mod, you can personally block that person.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I'm full.
So I don't know.
At Brett Boyle says, also please make sure to click all comments from top comments in the drop-down menu option.
We lost our nice little shade tree. It's not a shade tree
James
anymore.
Bond says, well that's good you ate well at Lisa Wet Q3B.
We're going to do this maneuver. This is what's called parallel parking. Semi-style. I could do this.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, Thank you, Chris.
I should be able to sneak in here.
At Brett Boyle says, that's what I mean at personal block list.
And there we go. Now we get to be in the shade. Yay! Shade. Yeah, it was a little bit more complicated, but you know, hey, shade. Yay! Yay, shade.
James Bond says, you're welcome, Lisa. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, nap time.
Nap time. I wish it was my nap time.
I'm full and sleepy.
That's a good way to be. Oh. Yes.
James Bond says, have a good nap, Lisa.
I love my chalky milk.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, chocolate milk yum. I'm a mod.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna fix that problem.
At the Robert Escobar Show says, hit the like.
Hey Robert, good to see you. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Always nice to see you.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I like that house back there.
Yeah. Where is it?
At Brett Boyle says, hey Robbie. At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Hi Robert, welcome in." At the Robert Escobar Show says, "Hello." What's up? At Lisa Wet Q3B says, "Hello Robbie." Lint 15 says, "Is it hot there, Eric?"
It might be, but I've got a nice truck that's nice and cold. Got good AC, so I could not tell you if it's hot. I mean, I can tell you that the temperature, according to this, says it's 85
At
degrees.
the Robert Escobar Show says, "Are you ready for the rebellion?"
Not sure what rebellion you're talking about. I guess you have to clue me in.
At Brett Boyle says, "When is that happening, LOL?" I remain skeptical and unconvinced, LOL.
Gotcha.
Lint 15 says, "LOL, that's good."
Yeah. One of the things I do like about my job, I feel bad for these guys. Like when they're doing asphalt, you know, you're dealing with like 300, 350, whatever degree. I don't know, maybe even 400 degree.
Says, "I like chocolate milk."
Yeah. You know, so you're dealing with some pretty hot asphalt, and then when it's like 90 out, it's like, Jesus Christ. Just sucks.
James Bond says, 85 degrees temp is top right of screen.
Yeah. No, it's getting warm. Today had been a nice day to go out on the motorcycle. I gotta pull them out of storage. I gotta put the batteries back in.
Boyle says, in the top right hand corner it says it's 85F.
Yep. Yeah, but you know, sometimes it's just nice to ask. I know.
James Bond says, 98 degrees in UK where I am, LOL.
Yeah, this is all sand.
At Brett Boyle says, "Good luck with your rebellion, Robbie. I hope you're successful, LOL." At Lisa Wet Q3B says, "We are having thunderstorms again today here in Texas."
Cool beans. I like a good thunderstorm here and there.
At the Robert Escobar Show says, "Thank you." It's do or die. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, 3 in the row with thunderstorms. James Bond says, cool Lisa. At Joseph Nupel says, Eric, are you considering getting a P.O. box?
It didn't say P.O. box, it said poo box. No, I don't have to. I can go to the bathroom if I have to.
At Bill Hillify1 says, hello Eric and chat.
Hello. Hey, Bill.
At Brett Boyle says,
good to see you.
Howdy to those coming in. At Thomas Vermeeren says, Sepia, 4-3, LOL.
Yeah. I'm just having a little fun playing with some of the filters and stuff. There's a web browser that integrates with this phone, so I can sit here and I can control.
Says, hey Brett.
I can control this stuff from my phone. So I don't have to reach up and touch to change cameras.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, 21, 9 is epic. B&W LOL.
So that's why I've been able to just kind of switch the camera. Yeah. But that's why I've been able to switch the camera angles and stuff without having to reach over the phone.
Hillify1, good to see you, mate.
We can go Minecraft. There you go. Here's Minecraft mode. I like the CRT one.
Welcome back, Thomas.
This one's kind of cool in my opinion.
At Bill Hillify1 says, hey Chris, great to see you, my friend. At Lisa Wet Q3B says, welcome back, Thomas.
Yeah, so that's how I'm switching the cameras, is I literally just click it.
James Bond says, I thought I'd gone colorblind and haha.
Yeah. Oh, you want to see this one? This one's trippy. I have no idea why you would want this filter. Or this one. I have no idea why you'd want this filter.
Cheers at Bill Hill if I won. Hope all is well.
Although I can do this one. If anybody looks this way, it'll blur their face.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Ma, dinner was good."
This is if you got people that are judgy or whatever. If the camera can see a face, it'll blur a face from now on.
At Bill Hill if I won says, "Hey Lisa." At Lisa Wet Q3B says, "Hello Bill Hill if I won." Skynet the AI Overlord says, "Hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you."
Yes, my AI overlord. Am I frozen? Oh, I'm frozen in the bottom corner. That's weird.
James Bond says, "LOL Minecraft was bad LOL."
That's weird. My image is frozen. See if I unfreeze. Okay, let's switch back. There I am.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "HDR is epic."
Yeah.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, "What did you have for dinner, Thomas?" At Thomas Vermeeren says, 360 degrees is epic too.
Yeah, I don't have a 360 camera. With the way things are going, man, I'll probably end up buying one. At some point, I just gotta find the right
Pity
one.
that filters. At Bill Hill if I won says, "Eric, you had one view that looked like you were paving the yard. LOL."
Oh, interesting.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "Lasagna at a special sauce, a nice yummy tryout." At Lisa Wet Q3B says, "Eric,
I heard my name. I went, huh? Eric.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, "But 21.9 HDR and 8K/4K is epic at vids. Eric, very creative."
Yeah, we're just messing around. Just something to do. We're just
At
sitting
Lisa
here.
Wet Q3B says, "Oh nice Thomas."
Yeah, he's pretty much done digging stuff out. I'm assuming he's going to want me to go get some gravel. Well, he's going to want Glenn to get some gravel. I know that. I don't know how much rock he's got on this. Let's move up and get a little bit better camera angle. Although I'm gonna lose my shade. The camera shot's more worth it. The sacrifices I'm gonna make, that I'm making. Now I'm sitting in the sun, just so you guys can see a little bit better of what's going on. What the heck? Sacrifices I make. I will tell you, I'm very impressed by this camera, because it is very warm out there, and the camera's very warm, and it's still working.
At Bill Hillify1 says, oh yeah.
My stupid GoPro would have overheated and shut off by now. So the fact that this thing is still rocking video is pretty impressive.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, hello Eric.
Hello, Lisa.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I like tech the creative way. At Joseph Nupel says, Eric, who was your favorite WWE wrestler back then? Mine was and still is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
See, that's a loaded question, because as a kid, you know, I obviously I was a Hulk Hogan fan, you know. So I mean, you know, you kind of have to pick the right time.
At Talking Hands says, hello Mr. Eric.
Hello, Talking Hands. Good to see you. As a kid, I was a Hogan fan. You know, I've never been the person, like, I didn't have all the Hulk Hogan gear, and, you know, I mean, I enjoyed watching Hulk Hogan. As an adult, I think I'm on the same page with you about Stone Cold. I liked him. I like Stone Cold Steve Austin. I like the Nature Boy. He was kind of cool. Or not Nature Boy, the Wild Thing, whatever his name was, Wild Thing.
Hello, Eric.
Hello. I think his name was Wild Thing. He always had the bands, like the streamers, and he was always in like neon colors and stuff, and he had the warrior paint on his face. Was his nickname Ultimate Warrior or something? I don't remember.
At Thomas Vermeer
thought
says,
he was cool too.
Hi talking.
Roddy Piper. I liked Roddy Piper. Back when I liked, when I was a kid. But then unfortunately.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, is that a new house?
No, we're at the same house. We're just, we're moved over a little further. And this house is definitely not new. Looks like they added on to it. The original house is probably from the 1800s. The part that's got stucco. I mean, here, I'll show it to you guys real quick.
James Bond says, Sting was good in WCW.
So the original house is probably original to this property, which was probably, you know, from the 1800s.
At Talking Hand says, hello Mr. Thomas.
You know, so that house was originally probably from the 1800s. But then they extended on to the back. And then all the back of the house is all modern. Because there's a part of the house behind the garage. Because you can see the two roof lines. You can see the first roof line and then you see the secondary one. So, but that stucco part here, that's probably as big as the house was originally. Was just that little building right there, and then they just kept expanding it. They're gonna have to fix that. Looks like they're trying to make a sidewalk from asphalt. It's too wavy. But that's not my job. That's not my job. That is not my job. Give you guys a little bit better view. For right now, I'll just get rid of the chat for a few minutes. That way you guys can see the house a little bit better. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they're doing asphalt. Well, I mean, I can understand doing asphalt on the side here where the skid steer is as the extension. I guess I never really saw how bad the concrete was. But you had to rip it all out, especially right by the garage. You know, asphalt is a great material, but to get you there, you know. But if you plan on parking on it, you know, the weight of the vehicles will sink in. So usually you always want to have a concrete pad up by the garage. You know, because, you know, there's times that you'll park. You're going to park right in front of the garage door and you're just going to leave something there or whatever. So it's always nice to have concrete there. It's always nice to have concrete right there. And then do asphalt everywhere else. some sandy road gravel.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, talking, how's ya day today? Europe here is so hot today.
Yeah, Chris was sitting here saying it's like, you guys are 102. I didn't even know Europe could get that hot. I figured you guys were kind of like the same climate we are.
How's?
Just a nice lazy day. I like it.
Choctaw County says, 80 degrees in Mississippi.
Oh, it's actually warmer here than it is down there. That's crazy. Yeah, because it's 86 right now here.
James Bond says, yeah, it was 36 Celsius earlier. It has hit 42 Celsius once and I nearly died from that heat. LOL, that is 108 in US.
Holy crap. That's like getting into like Phoenix, Arizona temperatures. Although they get up, I was there during summer, 125 degrees. I'm like, are you kidding me? I went outside, I walked in it. It is different. It's a dry heat, you know. It is definitely a different, it feels like you're standing in a blast oven. But I mean, it's weird. It's like I went for a walk. I mean, people in Arizona don't go for walks in 125 degree temperatures. You know, and I'm like, well, I'm just a dumb Wisconsinite. I went for a walk in it, and I'm just like, hey, it's heat.
At Boyle says, yikes.
Yeah. I had to walk. I didn't have a vehicle at the time, and I wanted to walk over to the. There was an RV repair shop just a couple blocks away from where we were staying. And I just wanted to get some advice on how to deal with the heat in the RV. And what it ended up being was that silver-looking bubble wrap insulation. You went and you put that up against your windows, and you would not believe how much of a difference just having a sheet, you know, that's only that thick. I mean, it's not really that thick. Just having that up against the windows made in that camper. It was just night and day.
James Bond says, yeah, once it gets over 100 Fahrenheit my brain stops working and I cannot move. How do those Arabs in Dubai live in that heat? Must be AC everywhere, LOL.
No, it's called adaptive genetics. You just get used to it. I mean, if that's the way you were raised, if that's the environment, your body makes adjustments.
And Brett Boyle says, is 27C, 80F here right now.
Yeah. I mean, when I moved to Florida for a year, the humidity and the heat, the constant humidity and heat, I was dying every day. I was sweating buckets.
Choctaw County says, Reflectix.
Yeah. And I mean, I was literally like in the best condition of my life at that point in time. And I just was a sweating mess every single day.
At Thomas Vermuren says, Brett, around plus 30 degrees Celsius at Europe today.
But literally like right after right towards the end when I was about to leave, my body just acclimated to it. You just
today.
If it's always hot and it's always humid, your body just eventually is gonna have to get used to it and adjust. You know, so those people that live in the desert, man, they're literally built for it. They're built for those temperatures. I don't know what he's doing. He was doing some little signal thing with his hands. He's jamming out. He's got a radio in there. I mean, he's got AC. I mean,
James Bond says,
he's
the
happy,
weird thing is next week the temperature drops way back down to 70 degrees here. No idea how that happens.
Yeah, tomorrow it's supposed to be down in the like high 60s. So here it's 85 today. 85, 86, whatever, today, and tomorrow it's going to be in the mid 60s. Within a day difference. It's just crazy. I'm all out of chocolate milk. I want some more chocolate milk. No, we're gonna try something here real quick. No. I didn't get to try it quick enough. I wanted to see if the blur faces filter actually worked.
At Thomas Vermuren says, Chris, Thursday at around plus 20 degrees Celsius at Belgium.
Oh, that's what broke it. The blur. Yeah, see, there's the blur face filter, so it blurs faces. Now does it do it to mine in the second camera? No. Okay. But that's what froze it up.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermuren out here the temperature don't go back down until next week. So I'm in a sauna until then. Drinking 4 liters of water a day at moment lol.
It blurs face. Oh, I tried.
James Bond says, yeah, it
That's
works
1,000 likes and
Eric
views right
has
there.
been blurred.
Huh?
That's 1,000 likes and views right there.
Oh, yeah. No, I was playing with a filter. It's got a filter where it can blur people's faces. I was just curious if it was going to work or not.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. That's good quality too.
See like that.
Oh,
We're about 30 seconds in delay.
that's not too bad.
Yeah. I'm trying to cut it down some more. We'll eventually get there. But
Yeah.
yeah.
What's your YouTube channel?
Mechanic Eric America.
Okay.
But
How
then
many people are on the live?
Right now, I'm trying to build it back up. I think about 20.
Oh, not too bad. You got
At
Twitch on your
Thomas
phone then?
Vermuren says,
Oh,
Chris,
we're streaming to
too
Twitch,
much water a
Kick,
day is not good.
Twitch, Kick, Rumble, Facebook, and YouTube.
Yeah,
Right
dude,
now.
everything, huh?
Yeah. Well, I gotta get on I gotta get on TikTok, but they're
James Bond says,
to stream on
"Yeah, it
TikTok
worked,
is
1,000 extra
super
likes now, LOL."
super hard.
Yeah, all the setups and everything, their fucking studio.
Yeah, they got the studio app where all these platforms I can plug it into one app and it'll stream out to it by itself.
Yeah.
To stream to TikTok, you have to actually run their studio
At Thomas
software. And it's, like,
Vermeuren.
Yeah.
it's crazy.
They're fucking picky about it.
Yeah.
Alright then. I'm gonna go put these in the cooler.
All right, cool beans.
Hello from the UK.
Hello from the U.S. All right, sorry. I was talking to one of my coworkers. I broke the camera again. Yeah, anytime I play with that filter, it breaks the camera. Let's see. So I got to go front, and then I got to go back, and then it works. Oh, no, I'm going to break it again. Let me turn this blur faces thing off. There, turn that off.
At Thomas Vermeuren says,
back.
Chris, tomorrow at mine around plus 25 degrees Celsius. Yays. Hot at Belgium is not comfortable here.
No, I feel ya. Surprised the boss man hadn't sent me home yet. He's probably keeping me here just in case we need rock. I mean, it is 2
At
o'clock.
Foxville Cremuach says, man, I haven't been over to Chilton in a while.
Yeah. I like Chilton. It's a small
At
town.
Thomas Vermeuren says, Chris, I can see ya emoji. Sorry.
Chilton was cooler when they had their little drive-in movie theater. Really sucks that they got rid of it. That was kind of one of the few places in Wisconsin that still had a drive-in movie theater.
James Bond says, at Foxville Cremuach, good to see you.
Yeah, by the way, good to see you. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat.
At Thomas Vermeuren on OK. At Foxville Cremuach says, thanks. Nice to see a local stream, LOL.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we pretty much anywhere about 50 miles from this city pretty much is where we go. So you'll see us up in Green Bay, Oshkosh, Appleton, Fond du Lac.
At Thomas Vermeuren says, Chris, sorry I can't see ya emoji, I mean.
So yeah, we're all over that area. Sometimes we go a little further north than Green Bay. Sometimes we're out in the Dells. Not very often. Maybe once a year or something we'll end up in the Dells.
James Bond says, at Foxville Cremuach, you are welcome.
So, just to, let's see, I'll change back to this scene real quick so I can show you guys. So that's the truck that we're driving
Thomas.
right now. So that's the truck we're driving right now. We don't have the trailer hooked up, but that's usually what we look like when we're rolling down the road with all the equipment.
At Thomas Vermeuren says, hi to the Fox.
Yeah, Fox Valley is basically that area where I was talking about Appleton, Oshkosh, so on and so forth. That's the Fox Valley area. So that's where
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
So that's why he's got Fox Valley in his name probably. Because he said he's from that area, he's from Oshkosh. So that's the Fox Valley area.
At Foxville Cremuach says, I lived over then when they had it. I used to work for A1 Metal Finishing in New Holstein.
Gotcha. Yeah, I live in Sheboygan actually. And then we're based pretty much.
At Brett Boyle says, we actually just got a new drive-in movie theater a few years ago. People come from all over, even down from the city to see movies.
That's really cool. Yeah, I miss drive-in movie theaters. Yeah, technically we're the boss and the company
Welcome everyone coming in.
was from St. Nazianz, which if you're familiar with Chilton, you know where St. Nazianz is. Valders. But we parked the equipment in Manitowoc, so I guess we're saying we're from Manitowoc. That's where the company's based.
Says, I am down in Oshkosh.
Gotcha. Yeah, Oshkosh, Appleton and Oshkosh are kind of the place to be right now. They're kind of exploding. More so Appleton, I think. I think Appleton's a little bit more.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Eric, damn truck.
Damn truck? What's wrong with the damn truck? Appleton just seems like it's got more going on than Oshkosh. I could be wrong. I don't know. Just seems like there's a lot more restaurant choices and stuff. Things to do, places to go. I lived in Oshkosh back when I turned 18. I lived there for a couple of years.
At Foxville Cremuach says, it's very busy here for sure, lots going on.
Yeah, it's crazy because in Sheboygan, we're kind of about the same latitude. Well, I guess we're more with the latitude of Fond du Lac. But,
Appleton is way busier, yes.
Yeah. But Sheboygan is not booming like Oshkosh or Appleton. Even though we're right on the freeway and you can go up this way to get to Green Bay, just the same way as if you go up the route, from Oshkosh, from Milwaukee, you split off, you can go either way. We just don't get the traffic. We don't get the traffic that that side of Lake Winnebago gets. So we also don't get the businesses. But we got our first Longhorn Steakhouse, and oh my God, they need to hire new cooks because nobody there knows how to cook a steak. I went there and I got a steak, and it was raw. Like there's raw, like you want it raw, and there's just raw, and this was just
Thomas
raw.
Vermeeren says, Fox. And mine.
That steak was raw, and it was bad. It was a bad cut of meat. It was just nothing but grizzle. It was just a horrible experience. And I'm like, usually that's how those places go, like after a few years after they hooked you. But like within the first couple of months, they like bring in the premium meat and the premium quality, and they got like the best cooks, and it's like, it was crap. Then I went back and I went and got a burger.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, I have in Cantaloupe.
I ended up getting a burger because, one of these burger sites that rates like different places that have burgers had rated the Longhorn Steakhouse as being like a really good place to get a burger.
Foxville Cremuach says, I like medium rare but raw isn't any good either.
Yeah. I like mine medium. I don't care if there's a little pink in there. I just, a medium, a light medium. Not quite a medium rare, but, just a good medium, I'm happy. I like a little char
At
on,
Lisa
on
Web
the.
Q3B says, I like medium rare too, Fox.
Yeah. I like a little char on the outside of the steak. You know, it just adds a. If it's seasoned well, I don't know. But yeah, that burger was horrible too. I mean, it was all cooked. It was just how it was cooked. It wasn't anything else. It's just 100% how it was cooked. What do we got here?
At Thomas Vermeeren says, BK Hungry Jacks revamped the Whopper. At Foxville Cremuach says, dang, losing night out to eat all the way around LOL.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter about what restaurants are around. I've stopped going to restaurants. Well, Junior just sat here and said he doesn't need any more gravel. And he's dug everything out, so there doesn't appear to be, unless we're going to be moving this big pile of dirt.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, cool.
Alright, I'm going to get out and figure out what's going on here. I'll be right back. Leave you guys with the microphone. The microphone.
At Lisa Web Q3B says, you get snow, Eric. At Thomas Vermeeren says, oh, that walking guys wears Nike 270. Did you see that, guys? James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, nice expensive gear. At Thomas Vermeeren says, that Nike are item iconic as Air Max. James Bond says, yes indeed Thomas.
So I don't get to leave yet, unfortunately. He wants me to sit around just
Thomas
in
Vermeeren
case.
says, Chris, but nice design. Many Belgians wear an B9060 these days.
He wants me to sit around just in case. Oh well. It is what it is.
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren. You earning your pay today, Eric? LOL.
Not really. I mean, it's not like I had to do anything. It's just is what it is. I wish the boss would have dropped the drone off because he ordered and got a brand new drone. This whole time I could have been sitting here setting it up, hooking it up to the camera or to the phone. I could have been filming this. You know, would have been like, oh, cool, you know, whatever. So, yeah. But, I mean, it's important that he's not here.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, I like relaxed straight fit and straight fit.
I mean, it's good that he's not here because that means he's out bidding jobs. Which means we've got more work, which is good. So that second roof, I didn't realize it. They've got a second...
James Bond says, cool Thomas.
They've got a second garage out there with a big 14-foot door. It's going to be a really pain in the butt to get stuff in there because the way the turn is.
I'd rather be working doing something than sitting. I have trouble staying still with my ADHD. LOL.
Yeah. Well, I mean, normally I would be right now. What I'd be doing is I would fire up my tablet and I'd start watching TV. You know, but I can't watch TV on, you know, unless I mute myself. I mean, I guess I could watch TV. I'd just be like, you guys would get mad because you'd be like, well, what the fuck, Eric? Just putting yourself on mute and watching the TV and just letting the stream run its own. I mean, that'd be kind of a dick move. But I mean, normally that's what I'd do is I'd just fire up TV and I'd start watching TV. Catch up on some shows.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, and 3/4 baggy fit too, mostly C&A.
We're talking about clothes now, I hear. I guess there's nothing really going on there, so I guess we can put this back. Oh, I can do that. Yeah,
James Bond says, yeah, watch with subtitles if you want, Eric. LOL.
Subtitles don't work for me. I'm not a fast reader. I mean, I can read. I'm not, you know, I'm not incapable of reading, but I've never been a fast reader. I've got to actually focus because I've got a little bit of dyslexia there. So the problem
Leroy
is,
says, Nike shoes.
yeah. The problem is that to read the subtitles and be able to follow along with them, then that's all I'm doing is just reading the subtitles. I'm not watching the show because my focus is just trying to read everything they're saying. So I'm not. There's a lot of movies that have, you know, that aren't dubbed into English.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, good idea for put the captions on and without sound. Hibiki.
I mean, there's a lot of movies. There's one I watched that they did make a U.S. remake of, where it was a African American guy that was taking care of a really rich white guy or whatnot, being his nanny or whatever, but it was in like French or something.
James
It
Bond
was a really
says,
good movie.
Or just put one headphone in one ear and a slot in the other, LOL.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't be focusing on you guys again. Technically, in all reality, wherever the hell they went, I could just link this up and I could sit here and watch TV, but how interesting would it be for me to sit here and be watching TV? To me, that would be some disrespect. If I'm sitting here and I'm just like watching TV, to me, that's just disrespectful. You guys are here watching what's going on and what I'm doing, and
Thomas Vermeeren says, but nowadays YT has dubbing sound options also. Our public VRT at YT does at a podcast I saw this week.
I want to know how the hell he thinks this is going to work. This is, okay, because he's over there, we're going to turn the chat off again, just so you guys can see a little bit better. I'm kind of curious how the hell he thinks he's going to make this work. Oh, okay, never mind. Because if he shakes it, he's just going to shake it onto the grass.
Thomas Vermeeren says, dubbing in other language, S.
Yeah, I like dubbing. I prefer dubbing.
James Bond says, yet I get ya, Eric.
Yeah. Again, that's also why I don't do karaoke. Is because you got to be able to read it fast enough and have time to sing it. Where, if I'm watching the karaoke thing, I'm not thinking about the words and how you would sing the song. I'm just trying to play catch up and keep ahead of the words that are like just scrolling across the screen, So it just sounds monotone. It just sounds like I'm just reading,
Thomas Vermeeren says, so that's Eric his YT option. Nice.
So basically what we're waiting on is, if you guys see that pile by the back of the garage. Oh, I was telling you guys. Yeah, they got a pretty nice garage that they built behind this house. And it looks to be like at least a 12, maybe a 14-foot door. That's why the roof line's so high. But the turn-in, I don't know how you're going to get anything of any real size to make that corner, because it's only maybe a couple feet back from the end of this garage. So trying to make, with the retaining wall there. Oh, you guys can't really see the retaining wall. Let me do this.
Thomas Vermeeren says, mean the new dubbing options.
Yeah. You guys should be able to see the retaining wall now. So they got a brand new retaining wall. That's why they did that. So yeah, basically you got a cliff there, you know. So that's going to be a struggle for anybody that has to, anybody that's got to make that corner to get into that other garage. You know, like let's say you had a boat in there, you know, or whatever, or you wanted to put an RV in there or something. Yeah, the door might be 12, 14 feet tall, but how you gonna get in and out? It's just crazy. It's a crazy setup. Don't you know? I'm really impressed with this camera. My GoPro 8, Hero 8, it could be in a cold room, you know, like room temperature room, and it would overheat just doing this.
@Partabonza says, hey everybody.
Hey Parabonza, welcome to the channel, welcome to chat, how you doing? But this thing is in direct sunlight, and it's, you know, 86 degrees, and it's warm to the touch. But it's just rocking it. It's just, it doesn't give a fuck. It's just sitting here, just doing its thing.
James Bond says, @Partabonza welcome in.
That's kind of a catch-22.
@Partabonza says, hey Eric, what size of rock is good for a driveway so that pickup tires don't pick up the rocks?
I'd say millings. I wouldn't say rocks at all. I'd say you want to get some millings, because the millings will pack down, and it'll be more like a.
@FryTV says, hey @Partabonza.
It'll be more like a concrete surface or an asphalt surface. It'll pack down. It won't wash away as easy. Because if, you know, normally we use 3/4 road
Thomas
gravel.
Vermeeren says, Party, hi, are you from our neighbor Germany? Belgium at mine and also.
Normally we would use 3/4 road gravel, but I mean 3/4 road gravel, you're going to catch it in the tires. So if that's really your goal and you want the best driveway you can get, I'd say millings.
Welcome back, Fry.
And what that is that's basically ground up asphalt. That's what makes up millings. It's just basically recycled, ground up asphalt.
Thomas Vermeeren says, hi Fry, welcome back.
So, yeah.
James Bond says, cheers.
So that's what I would recommend. I mean, that really is the, other than doing asphalt, that really, in my opinion, is the best top to put on a gravel driveway.
FryTV says, I have been here from the start.
Let's see.
James Bond says, cool @FryTV Lurkers Lounge.
Well, Chris has got 210 points, 4 hours and 35 minutes. Thomas has 240 points.
@Partabonza says, okay, thanks Eric.
At 3 hours and 55 minutes. Lisa Webb's got 235 points at 3 hours and 50 minutes. Brett Boyle's got 250 points How did Brett Boyle get more points?
Leroy says,
At only-
2 sisters, 1 brunette. 1 blonde. The brunette went to buy a bull, but she could always send her sister 1 word. She sent the word comfortable, and her sister understood. She's a blonde.
Alright. Brett's got 250 points, but he's only been here 3 hours and 15 minutes. But he's got more points than Lisa, who's been here longer. That's weird. Unless Brett was gambling and he won.
James Bond says, at Fry TV.
Let's see. Fry TV, at least according to
Leroy, good
Botrix,
to see you.
has been here for 25 minutes. I guess Botrix doesn't like that you don't talk in the chat enough.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Ladder 1. Hi, welcome into, at mine.
Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Not according to the little bot thing you haven't. Oh yeah, Brett won. Okay, that makes sense.
At Fry TV says, I was the first on the live stream on Twitch and YouTube.
Ah, gotcha. Alright, I'm gonna cheat a little. Not cheating a lot. Cheating a little. I don't really like these too much, but they've just been kind of in here in this bag.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, sorry, here at mine. Sorry, hehehe.
I got some of these flavored water thingies. I don't know if they're good for you, if they're bad for you, but anything that pretty much is no sugar, no calories, in my opinion, is technically bad for you.
James Bond says, I did lose points.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but then there were also people that weren't playing at all. So I don't know. I'm just saying, Fry, you don't have to defend yourself. I'm
Brett Boyle says, I gambled a few times.
I'm just sitting here saying it's weird that it doesn't recognize that you're here. I don't know. I'm not sure how the bots know when people are here or not, or watching. I guess it must be chat interaction or something.
At Fry TV says, I was watching.
I know. I'm more laughing at the fact that, like you said, you've been here. You know, because I know you probably had, even if you've walked away, you've probably had the monitor just going. But it's just interesting
At
to
Brett
me.
Boyle says, yes, I gambled and won.
It's just interesting to me that the bot doesn't recognize it. Just makes me wonder how the bot detects people in the first place, you know? I guess I'm more curious, how does that all work? You know, because it's calculating watch time.
At Fry TV says, I was here from the very start with the intro vid.
You know, it's calculating watch time and stuff, so it's like, how does it know if people are watching? So if somebody's just sitting here not talking, then as far as the...
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Ladder, hi.
As far as the bot's concerned, it's like they're not, I guess. So you have to be talking in the chat to count? It's more of a just curiosity.
The AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Must do as the AI Overlord commands. Yeah, so this is the first time you guys see me do this.
Fuck your bot.
No thank you. I'm not the one asking my AI to sit here and give me a foot rub. And everything else that you had to mute because your AI was going to take
James
my stream down.
LOL Fry.
Your sexy talk with your AI that was going to take my stream down, for Christ's sakes. I don't need to go fuck my bot.
Leroy says, I've missed a few days. I couldn't find the chat. but it's good to be back to watch you. Watch them work. You have to post something. The black probably thinks you're sleeping.
Choctaw, you put apostrophe points in the chat and it'll tell you. It'll tell you what your chats are.
Choctaw County says, what are my points?
Yep. So you put apostrophe points in the chat. And basically there's a couple of games you can play, slots, roulette.
James Bond says, AI Overlord commands you to donate to the channel.
So there's slots, there's roulette, there's one other game. I don't remember what they all were. Let me see what it was. Gamble was basically shooting dice, I guess. There's slot machine, there's roulette, and then there's duel, which I'm not sure. I don't have duel. Duel costs more money and I don't have it. So, yeah, so that's what
Thomas
that is.
Vermeeren says, no FNSH here. Let's talk respectfully, no rude words here. Hehehe.
So yeah. So
Choctaw County says, points.
you have to put apostrophe points. Here, I'll demonstrate.
@FryTV says, sex with AI bots are very safe, no STD with bot sexy time.
Oh, I misspelled it. Damn it. Fat fingered it.
James Bond says, true fry.
So, and it doesn't have to be capitalized. I just accidentally, had it capped. It doesn't have to be capitalized.
Choctaw County says, it doesn't return points.
So yeah, if you're not active in the chat, then the bot doesn't know to give you points. Because it gives you 10 points for every 10 minutes of watch time. But I guess if you're not active enough in the chat, it doesn't actually know you're watching. Because like I said, if you go to gotta get this to load up. Yeah, because like Chris, according to this, Chris has been here for 4 hours and 30 minutes, and he's gambled, but he's got 210 points. Thomas, I don't think has gambled at all. He's been here for 3 hours and 55 minutes. He's got 240 points. So, and then Chris is also level 4, you know. So yeah, I guess the only way the bot knows if you've been here is if you're talking in the chat. But then that also gets you on the leaderboard. Chris's level is position 1. Thomas is position 2. Lisa's 3. Brett is 4.
Choctaw County says, does it reset every time you come in?
The positions do not. That's a lifetime thing. The points do not reset, and the levels do not reset. So it would be this would be ongoing. So
Fry TV says, this is not radio, so I can say fuck.
just not within the first 10 minutes. That's so stupid. That's so stupid that YouTube implemented that. that you can't curse within the first 10 minutes. And then I can reward people with points if I want. Unfortunately, I'm the only one that can do it. I mean, but you got to make me an
Choctaw
offer I
County
can't
says,
refuse.
Before lunch you showed I had 230 points.
No. Okay, let me explain. So I had Streamlabs going, and I didn't realize it. So when people started putting commands in, Streamlabs was also spitting out numbers from like
Thomas Vermeer
however
says,
long.
Mean that New Holland 337. Hihihi.
Yeah. So Streamlabs was putting out numbers, but I didn't have the games really set up on that one, so that those didn't really matter. It's anything that's bot Ricks or whatever.
James Bond says,
Those are
at
different
Fry TV,
numbers.
Yeah, we all adults here so we can handle swear words.
Yeah. So that's actually that was a different system and different numbers. So yeah, it probably did say that, but that wasn't the system we're going to use. The system we're using just got activated and
Godfather
working
Eric
today.
LOL.
Yes. Make me an offer I can't refuse, and I will give you the points. You know, there's donation links. For every $1 you get 100 points. How's that sound? 100 points for every $1. $10 gets you, I don't know. I'd have to do the math. 100 points, that'd be...
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeer and Wally LOL.
Yeah. So there you go. You want the points, you pay for the points. Or you watch the show. You watch the show, you interact. You talking the thing. Although it's weird, it tracks me. It says I've been here for, or I've been watching for 4 hours and 30 minutes, which is funny because I'm in the 5th position. Probably because I don't talk enough. Or, I mean, in chat. So, the position is based on chat levels, I think. It's got to be, because I've been here,
James
I've been in
Bond
chat.
says, someone donate a Mustang convertible to Eric for points, haha.
I wish. Somebody wants to donate a decent Mustang, you know, sure. You can have the points. I swear I'll give you the points. Go ahead, anytime. Yeah. It just can't
Leroy
be a bag
says,
of bolts.
I'm on a fixed account that don't work, can't buy gas, but I did watch you throughout the convoy. I don't expect anything.
Oh, it's okay. We're just joking. We're trying to make fun of it and make light. Don't worry about it.
At Fry TV says, fuck is not a swear word at that action that takes place, it's how we all got here.
Oh, that's actually intercourse. You got to use the, you know. Sexual
At Joseph
intercourse.
Newell says, how about if we get your YouTube channel up on subscribers? Sounds like a good offer, Eric.
Sounds like a good offer. Works for me. A referral program. There it is. You get somebody to sit here and say, to come into the chat and say, this person, you know, who was it that said that comment? Joseph. There you go. So you get somebody to sit here and say, yeah, Joseph
James Bond says,
got me to come
LOL
here.
Fry.
You get somebody to come in and say, yeah, Joseph got me to come over here and I subbed up, then Joseph gets 1,000 points. Sounds good to me. I don't know. Not sure how that would work.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, so long it drives from A to B, it's good enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Or is that too many points? I don't know. I'm not exactly how, you can't spend the points. All you can really do is kind of gamble with them. I mean, it's bragging rights. I guess that's what it is.
James Bond says, Austin Powers would call it a shag, haha.
Yeah, a shag. That's it. I mean, it's just a flex. To be like, I got points. I could make my points like, nobody'd ever beat me, I just randomly threw a number in there. I was just screwing around because somebody was like, you don't have any points. I'm like, well, yeah, you're right. Because I don't normally type in my own chat.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Austin Powers is from UK in the film series, not?
Yep. He's British. Austin Powers is British in the film series. So pretty much as soon as that pile's gone, then we get to go home. I might just take the truck home. Look at my little here. I got myself a little robot that's cutting my grass. He's at home charging right now.
James Bond says, Mike Myers also was Shrek, haha.
So all the dark green is the spots that the robot's cut. But in fairness, the grass was pretty tall, so the fact that it's missing as much as it is not really...
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, Mr. Bean also from UK, Goody isn't here around, ha ha ha.
Is not really its fault. Because you're supposed to have it like no longer than 4 inches. And I sent it to Fry. Yeah, it's, let's see.
James Bond says, yeah, Thomas LOL.
I mean, I think that looks pretty respectable. For the fact that it started off really bad. I mean, I don't know how much you guys can tell how tall that is from this photo. I mean, that grass is pretty freaking tall.
LOL, that's cool. Eric saves you paying a gardener.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty tall grass right there. And I mean, it's struggling to do it. But I mean, for the final result, I mean, like I said, that looks pretty damn good. And you can see it does lines normally. It's doing a lot of turning around on the map and stuff, but you can see the grass lines where it's going and doing straight paths. So I'm actually pretty impressed. I may have to cut the grass one more time, but and pay the price, because I'm allergic to freshly cut grass. It gives me hives, and it causes me to have problems breathing.
James Bond says, it's done a decent job.
So I've got a lot of respiratory problems with the smell. It's something about that smell, it gets into my system and it fucks me up. So, but I mean, if I've got to do it, I pay for it and I do it. It is what it is. But yeah, you can see how tall that grass is in comparison to the machine. And the fact that it chopped it down to that is pretty amazing.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, but Gemini Copilot's forever for me is AIS.
Yeah. I did the math, okay?
At Mary Madvid 9009 says, hi Eric, my fiancé Joe Nupel want me to stop in and say hi, have a blessed day.
Hi Mary, welcome. But did you subscribe? That's the thing. I didn't hear the bot sit here and announce that somebody subscribed. He just wants the points. He wants the points. Welcome.
James Bond says, I don't like that grass smell either. They spray nasty weed killers everywhere here too, which don't help.
I don't care about the smell if it didn't fuck me up, you know? I actually don't personally mind the smell of fresh cut grass. I just know that when I smell it, I'm going to be in trouble.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Merriman, welcome in too.
Yeah. So yes, so I'm officially cutting my grass right now. I've been cutting it all day. Technically, I started cutting it yesterday at about...
James Bond says, at Mary Madvid 9009, cheers for stopping by. Please like, share, and sub to the channel.
Yeah. So I started cutting my grass yesterday at about 3 o'clock. And granted, it shouldn't normally take this long to cut the grass, but like I said, it was fighting an uphill battle. So the fact that it did as good of a job as it did, I'm amazed.
Choctaw County says, what type grass in your yard, Eric?
I have no clue. Same grass you guys see here on the camera. Right there. Same type of grass as that. Same type of grass as this. Wisconsin grass? I don't know. I didn't lay it down.
James Bond says, I just don't like the smell as it's a rare smell in UK since usually it's always wet and cold, LOL.
This is hilarious. Alright, so I gotta do it. Come on. Pop your name up there. What was it, Joe, right? I gotta...
At Stream Element says, thanks for subscribing, Mary Madvid.
There you go. Thank you for subscribing. There we go. So now we gotta find Joe. We gotta give him some points. Where is it? Come on, where's Joe?
Leroy says, a guy I watch has to a lot more that are robots and he looks like the one don't watches him. He's on a ranch.
Why do I not see Joe in here? Joe, say hi in the chat so I can sit here and I can type your name in. Because I have to type it exactly.
James Bond says, at Mary Madvid 9009, cheers for subbing to the channel.
I gotta see your name so I can type it directly in there. So Joe, come claim your points.
Choctaw County says, what is mower blades or string?
They are actually little razor blades. They're literally just little razor blades about about the average size of a razor blade, but they're thicker. It's a thicker razor blade with, like a razor blade edge.
At
and
Joseph
2
Newell
holes.
says, I'm here.
Alright, so Joseph. Okay. So, hold on. Copy. So, see, I can't do this often because this is going to be a pain. Points. Add. Paste. And then, what were you saying? A sub is worth 1,000? Let's see. There you go, Joseph. You got 1,000 points. Welcome. Thank you.
James Bond says, I thought that command would donate my points LOL.
That command only works for me. I'm the only one that can actually use that command and give away points. So, if you guys try to use it, it'll be useless. Okay, just gotta touch up.
At Davemp4015 says, Hi Eric.
Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So there you go. Yeah, Fry, you got like no points. The bot does not realize you're here.
James Bond says, at Davemp4015, good to see you, welcome in.
The bot is not aware that you're here. Yeah, 50 points.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Hey Davemp, hi.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't even give that
James
power
Bond
to a mod.
says, thanks for letting us know, Eric.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't even give that to a mod. It's only me that can give out points, other than the normal points you get from watching and chatting.
Leroy says, I'm just trying to watch a friend of mine. I don't care about ones unless it helps you.
Oh, well, it helps. I mean, if you guys interact with the gambling, now that I've turned it off during TTS, it shows more chat interaction, which then more conversations boosts the algorithm. So the more I can get people either talking naturally or artificially playing with the bots, in the chat, the better off the channel will do. So I mean,
Fry TV says, Botrix can fuck all the way off. I watched from the start.
I'm just curious how it works there, Fry. I don't know. It sits here and it's got me there, right? It sits here and says I've been here for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I can't explain
James
it.
Bond says, LOL at Fry TV. I would donate points if I could, buddy. LOL.
Yeah, now it says Fry's number 9. He's got 30 points. And he's been here for 20 minutes. 25 minutes. Botrix doesn't like you, Fry. Or it doesn't like the way you watch.
At Fry TV says, LOL at Chris AR007.
Otherwise, it just doesn't like the way you watch. I can't explain it.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, I'm good at losing the points, haha.
Yeah.
At Joseph Nupel says, thank you, Eric.
Not a problem. Hey, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. I don't know if we're actually going to do that in the long run. I guess it'll depend on how successful that is. I mean, I don't care what giving out points.
Wizabit works on watch time.
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
I have you up on my Brave browser.
Oh, maybe it's because it's Brave. Maybe Brave's blocking something. Maybe there's some type of interaction thing or something. I don't know. Because Brave's got the built-in blockers, so maybe when you're on Brave, you're blocking something that the YouTube algorithm sees.
James Bond says, at Fry TV I have that browser too.
Well, there goes that idea. I don't know. I can't tell you.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, don't fight for points, it is just for fun. Idiot waiting.
Oh yeah, it's just for fun. It's fun and bragging rights. That's what it is. It's fun and bragging rights.
Choctaw County says, Wizabit should be used. At Partibonza says, yep, I like Brave browser. I finally broke free of Chrome.
Yeah, I like Brave browser too. I haven't completely broken away from Chrome. I use Brave browser whenever I watch YouTube. I'm not a fan of the commercials.
At Fry TV says, Y-Spot is way better than Botrix.
Wow. You'll have to send that to me in my phone so I can remember to look for it, and I'll check it out. I just, I heard about this, that all
Leroy says, get your bot a girlfriend.
That all the cool kids were using Botrix, so I figured, well, I'll check it out, because I couldn't seem to get Stream Elements to work, or Stream Labs, which then ended up working. I don't know how.
James Bond says, at Partibonza, yeah, avoid Chrome. Firefox is okay, but I think it's based on Chromium.
If they changed it, originally Firefox was their own thing. It was off the Mozilla platform. I don't know if they changed it so that now they're off of Chrome, but...
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I use Chrome and then we are back on track.
Because there was basically... There was Mozilla, there was Internet Explorer, there was Netscape, and then became Chrome.
Lisa Wet Q3B says, I'm still here.
Cool beans. And Firefox came out of Mozilla browser. So I think they're still their own thing. Now
James
Brave
Bond says, okay Thomas, weird thing is I have a Chromebook but it's got Linux Penguin on it, haha.
Oh yeah, I've done that too. I've got a Chromebook that I run Linux subsystems on. Yeah, Brave browser is based off of Chrome. I know that much.
At Partibonza says, exactly. I used Firefox for a little bit, then I had to kill a bunch of Chromium processes.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I haven't really looked into that in a while. But they used to be Mozilla, so that's interesting. I'll have to look into that. I could have swore they were still their own entity.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Yes, my AI Overlord, we will follow your command. Ooh, he's got an air ride cab. I just realized when he took off, I watched the whole cab kind of bounce. That little tractor's got an air ride cab. That's pretty cool.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, hey Lisa, we are back on track, YIP.
Remember I told you that this place needs a roundabout? This part needs a roundabout. It's like in the worst possible spot. Because literally you end up in a
James
situation
Bond
where...
says, at Partibonza, yeah, even Microsoft Edge is based on Chrome too. Not sure about Opera?
And then you got people that don't know how to drive. Like this guy could have went because that car was turning. There was no reason that this car had to wait on a car that's going to be turning. Because you're going to be here by the time that car gets there.
Says, yeah, I'm Thomas.
You know, he would have been already through the turn by the time that car got there to make a turn.
At Partibonza says, what do you guys think about Comet Browser?
What browser? Alright, I gotta read that. What browser are we talking about? Let me...
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chromebooks uses Chrome OS by Google, also YT nowadays by Google, by the way. At Fry TV says, all the cool kids live stream on Twitch and use Wisebot. Nothing cool about live streaming on YouTube.
Yeah. That's weird. I'm trying to do a pop-out chat so I can see the screen better. And,
James Bond says, at Partibonza never used that one. There's the Tor browser too, which originally was on the dark web if I remember.
Oh, the Tor browser still is dark web.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I uses Win 11 at my lil Intel PC W21 9LG screen to see creative online.
Yeah. I got a few computers.
James Bond says, yes, this is the same junction Vince was stuck at yesterday, so dangerous this intersection is.
Oh yeah, that intersection sucks. But then it's also people don't know how to drive it. It's like, you know, you get... It's different living in the country with like
At
not a lot of traffic.
Says, my place where I live have roundabouts.
You get a lot of these older people that just kind of go back and forth, and they're not dealing with a lot of traffic. They're not doing, you know, high speed, so they don't really have the skills to deal with like. That's
James
a city.
Bond says, at Fry TV, true about the YouTube live streaming. It's not cool. I think live streaming over FB is quite cool.
Yeah. You know, that's a city street thing. That's, you know, you grow up in the city, you know to get on the accelerator and go. But people, they kind of get a deer in the headlights effect. You know, they see a car coming.
Says, my screen ISC 21 9 1080p.
They see a car coming and they instantly think that they gotta wait until that car goes by, and it's like, that's not how it works.
James Bond says, I have the Tor browser, haha.
I've never really found a reason to use Tor. I mean, I've got access to VPNs, and I mean, I'm not doing anything that I overly care about. You know, people not knowing I'm out, you know, doing.
TV says, Firefox is built on its own backend called the Gecko engine.
Okay. So I've never found a real reason to use Tor. You know, and I've never really found anything on the
James Bond says, my old neighbor used to order his drugs using the dark web, and the Royal Mail postman even delivered them.
Yeah.
Shows how corrupt the system really is.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, if you use Tor browser and you know the right sites, you know, that's the thing. There's no There's no listing of like web pages. You've got to know them. You've got to know somebody that knows these sites.
Thomas Vermeeren says, 21. 9 is also Hattie W live streams W chat too, by the way.
Yeah. But yeah, if you know those sites to go to with the Tor browser, man, you can buy and get and sell anything you can imagine.
James Bond says, at Foxville Cremuach yet hot out there.
Well, I'm excited. I get to go home and play with our new toys. We should have our new router today. So I'll have to take this one out of the truck and set it up for tomorrow's live stream.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, handy.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a new router to play with hopefully tomorrow. I got to go check on my lawn and see how well the grass
James
got
Bond
cut.
says, at Fry TV thanks for the info mate.
I was pretty confident that it wasn't Chromium. I was pretty sure that Firefox was still their own entity.
At Foxville Cremuach says, I will take it over the cold though, that is for sure. James Bond says, it's weird as the search engine is called Onions for some reason, LOL.
Because it's got multiple layers. You're protected. The Tor network is basically, it's so encrypted, your connection is going through multiple hops of other people's computers.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, Chris, is UK so wrong? Glad I live in EU then.
So that's the idea, is that you're going through all these different connection points, and that's what makes it impossible to track you. And that's the whole purpose of the multiple layers.
Chris, UUW.
So when you said Vince was from
James Bond
Wisconsin,
says, that makes sense, Eric, similar to when we used to download illegal music using torrent system back in the old days.
yeah. But that's also why Tor is so damn slow. You know, downloading like torrents and stuff, or downloading pirated material and whatnot, to do it through a Tor network, the data transfer speeds are so slow. It really is only good for like going to dark web websites. To actually like stream like a movie or TV would be insanely slow. It'd be painful. It'd be painfully slow. I think I'm going to take the truck home tonight. I don't know. I don't have to. I was thinking about it. I was going to sit there and take you guys over by the robot lawnmower. Because like I said, without this setup, it's hard to stream in Wisconsin. And the only way I can kind of take the setup with me now is if I take the truck with me. So I guess you guys just get to miss out. It's no big deal. It is what it is. I may have to do some manual labor and do some grass cutting. if I wasn't going, if he hadn't put gravel on me that I had to drive back to Manitowoc, because I'm gonna end up dumping this at the shop, I would have just gone straight home.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, YT music is damn good for music.
Yeah. I would have just driven straight home. But the fact that I have to drive all the way east the way I am to get to Manitowoc, at that point, then my car is right there. It doesn't make sense because I've already wasted this fuel.
Yeah, Eric, it would be like dial-up speed LOL, and yeah, Vince was stuck at that intersection yesterday for ages LOL. He was like pulling his hair out.
Yeah. So what was he doing in this area? There wasn't any storms recently.
At Lisa Wet Q3B says, I'm waiting on my 4 o'clock coffee.
Yeah. I did add Buy Me a Coffee. I got to put the link up. That's another option. Not that anybody ever donates. Well, I can't say that. Go-Kart Guy and one other person,
At
I'd have to
Thomas
look up the
Vermeeren
name.
says, Lisa, enjoy ya drink.
What was it? I don't want to mistakenly say something wrong. So it was Go-Kart Guy and... Damn it.
James Bond says, at Lisa Web Q3B coffee to schedule cool.
Annalisa had donated $20 also. So there we go. So since
At
we've
Lisa
been streaming,
Web Q3B says, thanks Thomas.
so since we've been streaming, $120 in donations have come in, which is really cool. Because I've spent way more than that on all this equipment.
James Bond says, he was just live streaming out of boredom. He does that when he's got nothing else to do LOL.
Oh, so does he like live out in Chilton? Is that the thing? If he was at that exact intersection, I guess, you know, he must live in this area. Just tell him to hit me up. Maybe we could go out and we could do an interview.
At Thomas Vermeeren says, UK have tea times. It's a thing.
Me and him could sit down, have dinner, and I could interview him and he could interview me, I guess. I don't know. I've done that a few times. It's fun. Especially with the fact that I know nothing about him, so I get to ask questions.
At Sunpony Studio says, I hit the thumbs up. That's almost as good as a donation.
Hey, Sun Honey. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm not trying. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I don't care if you guys donate or if you don't. It would be nice. You know, there are some expenses, you know. Like I said, you know, $30 for this cell plan, $30 for that cell plan, another $30 for this cell plan. You know, the $10
At Thomas Vermeeren says, hi Sunpony.
The $10 for a Bella Box, and then the $10 for IRL streamer because Bella Box sometimes acts stupid. So I mean, there's...
James Bond says, LOL Eric and I have no idea of Vince's exact address, but it's in Wisconsin somewhere. He does
Gotcha.
know your truck as he said he's seen it, and yeah, good idea, interview Vince LOL.
Well, that's a possibility because we were based right out here in his neck of the woods. So I mean, if he lives in that town, he probably would have seen this truck. So you know, we've got about.
Sunpony Studio says, hi Thomas.
So we've got about a revolving cost of about $120 a month just to be on the stream, just to produce the stream. Period. You know, we're spending about, or I'm spending.
Says, at Sunpony Studio, good to see you.
So I'm spending $120 a month. So I mean, it would be nice if I get to a point where either YouTube help starts kicking in, or, a couple of people are willing to kick in $5 or something if they enjoy the show.
You need to get monetized, Eric, and be able to set up memberships.
Yeah. I don't plan on trying to get rich on this, and I'm not trying to get people to give me, thousands of dollars, or $500 or, $200 a day, but just to get to a point.
If you see a white Dodge Durango that looks like a cop car, that is Vince, LOL.
Gotcha. But just to get to a point where it's not costing me to stream. I mean, that's all I'm trying to get to. I mean, we're not even talking about paying for all the equipment. I mean, the router that I just bought was $175.
Cheers at Sunhoney Studio.
I mean, the router I just bought was $175. The MacBook that we're going to eventually have in here, that was $600. The camera, this camera right here was $150.
At Sunhoney Studio says, thanks for the virtual cheers, but I am driving, LOL.
The tablet, I don't even remember. I think it was like 400 and something. The phone mount, the mount for this, there's probably a couple $100 in mounts. I mean, you got this magnet mount here.
James Bond says, at Sunhoney Studio, LOL.
So, I mean, I went in buying this stuff with the idea that I just wanted it to try to make the stream better. So, I mean, I don't even really care if I get money for that. It just, like I said, it would just be nice to get to a point where on a monthly basis, at least it doesn't cost me to stream. Right now, we're at a negative of about $120 a month. Every month, I'm burning up $120 of my own money just to stream, period. So, that's the situation. That's just the way it is, I fully understand if somebody doesn't have money. I'm not trying to get $100 a day. I'm not trying to get, I'm not trying to make I make a living driving this truck. I'm not trying to make a living off of entertaining you guys or, anything like that, so that's not my
James
goal.
Bond says, the crazy thing is, Eric, in the UK my Fiesta cost less than your MacBook, a car, and it works, LOL.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's just, so when I'm asking about donations, I'm not talking crazy numbers. I'm not sitting here trying to hit people up for,
At Thomas Vermeeren says, I am an MS dude. Paint is epic.
Yeah. I'm not trying to hit up people for hundreds of dollars a day. It'd just be nice if, at some point, I could get to a point where at least that $120 a month is covered. You know what I'm saying? Or if we wanted to do something cool that...
James Bond says, at Thomas Vermeeren, Linux is a lot safer than any Microsoft system in my opinion.
I don't know, does that make sense? I mean, I've never been a person that's tried to be a grifter, trying to grift people for money. It'd just be nice to get to a point where I'm not paying out of my own pocket just to stream. And I'll tell you honestly, even if I get monetized, the ad revenue that you get from YouTube is nothing. Unless I start getting hundreds of people watching these lives, even at that point.
Thomas Vermeeren says, paint for life to me.
Yeah. Even at that point, the stupid, the ad revenue doesn't pay shit. The only benefit of being monetized with YouTube is so people can do super chats.
James Bond says, if you can get $100 bucks a week in donations, that would be cool.
I don't even need that. I'm not even asking. If I could get $120 in a month, I would be tickled pink. In a month. That's all I just don't want it to cost me anything. I am not asking anybody for $100 a week, $100 a day, whatever. As long as I could get enough donations just to cover the running cost, so it doesn't cost me anything. If I could get a little bit more to help kind of pay off some of the equipment or get better stuff in the future, that'd be great. But I would be tickled pink if I could just get a total of $120 in a month. Just so it doesn't cost me anything. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's enough to talk about money. I don't like talking about money in the first place. You guys can go back and look at my streams. I don't normally go into it, but I also have never had a setup that was this elaborate and cost. Normally it was just my normal phone. It didn't matter. It was just my regular phone. I was already paying for this phone bill. All this other stuff is all extra stuff that I have no purpose other than to use for live streaming. So that's just money out the window. Where at least my cell phone, I'm using that as my cell phone, so that's my expense anyway.
James Bond says, I made a lady feel sorry for me. LOL. Was waiting for my car to be ready from tire shop and was in a restaurant just waiting, and she gave me a free lunch. Haha.
I had a lady do that once. I was a kid. I was kind of young. She probably felt bad for me, because she thought, I think I was underage at the time. I don't remember. But yeah, no, I wasn't underage. I was young. But I always looked older than my age anyways. I don't remember how old I was. Maybe like early 20s. But yeah, I don't know why. I walked into the restaurant and maybe I just looked upset or in a bad mood or something. But the manager just, no, this one's on me. And I'm like, really? That's like cool. I never expected it. Being a guy, it's a lot different. Women get that chivalry. You guys know what word I mean. I'm just tongue-tied right now. But they get that treatment where guys will open the doors for them, they'll bend over backwards, to help them. And it's not always a, hey, I want to sleep with you.
Eric, can you put a limit for max $5 to donate if it's possible? Hihihi. So Eric also thanked for this stream. Beautiful day for a beautiful view. Thanks, man.
I can't put a max on anything. I could. The nice thing is that, like with PayPal or any of the other options I have now, you get to put in any dollar amount you want, so it doesn't matter. So it's not like a real limit or anything. It's kind of whatever the heck you want. But to get off of money again. So, getting back to what I was sitting here saying, so, when somebody else, like a female or whatever.
James Bond says, awesome Eric, I've only had it happen like 2 times in my life, and the other time was my ex buying me a meal. LOL. Only once that ever happened. Haha.
Yeah. So women don't get it, how nice that is. If you happen to like go out of your way to open a door, like you see somebody coming and you reverse turn and decide to open the door.
Thomas says, thanks for the view, Eric.
Not a problem. It's definitely nice, when a woman goes out of her way, or even another guy, it's just like, hey, here, let me hold the door for you, just anything, how many guys get flowers from females, or from anybody? Really, you get flowers when you're born, which really are for your mother, and you get flowers when you die. That's kind of the part of being a guy, it's like, unfortunately, it's all about what we bring to the table, and
At Partibonza says, I had a girl open the door for me once. It was surprising as hell.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it's just, like, I don't know why society just didn't normalize that. Oh, we got some action going on up here.
James Bond says, I'm happy being single at the moment as the money is stable, haha.
Yeah, I'm happy being single too. Trust me, the amount of time and effort that I've been spending on the computer, researching stuff and working on things and getting everything set up is crazy. There's no way that if I was in a relationship that I could do this, that I could do this and get away with it. So we got a van. Let's see. Well, we'll change back to this camera for now. That's not a good camera point. All right. What do we got going on here? Motorcycle. Van.
At Joseph Newpel says, following you on Facebook, nice motorcycle, Eric.
Thank you, thank you. I like my motorcycles. I mean, it would be nice if I could find a girl that
Thomas Vermuren says, I am happy single too.
If I could find a girl that could be satisfied without me being the form of entertainment, that she could go out and do her own thing and, I could go do my
James
thing.
Bond says, relationships are too much hard work. I spent 3 years of my life pleasing another person. No bueno.
Yeah. If I could go do my own thing and and then we could just spend time when we want to spend time, that'd be one thing. But it just seems like I lose myself in a relationship. I'm not me anymore.
At Sunhoney Studio says, but I really hate if you try to be a nice human being and people think they can treat you like a doormat.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I just, it feels like I lose myself. I lose my identity. I stop doing the things I want to do with my life.
Skynet the AI Overlord says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
So, I mean, I guess I'm looking for a guy. I need to date another guy. That's what it is. Problem is, I'm not gay. Damn it.
James Bond says, hopefully no one injured there.
No, it didn't look like it. Maybe a medical emergency. I don't know. It didn't look... If it was more serious, like the motorcycle was involved with the car, then there would be probably a bigger presence, like firefighters.
At Sunhoney Studio, yep, I was the cash register, basically, LOL.
Yeah. Well, it seems like in my relationships, what's always kind of happened was the person I'm with would get angry because I was always doing something, and I never had any time to spend with them, and they really had no interest in being involved in what I was doing. So it's kind of like...
James Bond says, why is TK Maxx called TJ Maxx in the US? Mandela effect, or am I going crazy, LOL?
I don't know. So then I would just start sitting around, it's because I would always let that other person do whatever the hell they want. Go where they want, do what they want, be gone as much as they want, because then I could do what I want to do.
LOL, Eric, you could date Freddie Mercury, he was a man's man, haha.
But, yeah, but didn't he also die from AIDS? But yeah, no. So I would let them have as much freedom as they wanted.
Bonza says, at Chris AR 007, that is odd. It's always been TJ Maxx as far as I can remember.
Yeah, it's been TJ Maxx ever since I was a kid. But then anytime I'd go out and do something, then because that person was at home, then it was a big deal. I should have planned.
James Bond says, at Partibonza, that's weird, as in the UK it's called TK Maxx LOL.
Gotcha. I should have planned to go do something when they were busy. But because I planned to do something when they had nothing to do and I wasn't there to entertain them, then they would get mad. Because then I'm not spending... Then
Thomas Vermeeren says, I am no gay or hetero too. I am bi, but no more that.
Yeah. But then they would get mad because now they feel they want to have to spend time with me, and they're choosing of time, and then I'm not available. Just like that person, if I had chose that I wanted to spend time with them,
alone.
They weren't available, but I didn't care because I like my alone time, so it's just, it's a catch-22. It's like, I need to find like a Tom girl, I guess.
James Bond says, yeah, Freddy was having sex with anything with two legs, haha.
Yeah. But like I said, I'm currently just, I'm doing exactly what they say. I am not looking. I am not on the dating sites.
Bonza says, I'm a woman's man. I get along better with women than men.
Yeah. I just, I don't know. I'm just not in a hurry to rush into another relationship. There's just no reason to.
Thomas Vermeeren says, I very little autistic living at my parents and don't care about much.
Yeah.
Partibonza says, at Chris AR 007 LOL.
Yeah, so it's just, yeah. I don't know. It's nice every once in a while to have somebody. It's also nice to have somebody in your life that...
Sunhoney Studio says, I had an ex once ask me if I was planning to come back to town after I won free tickets to a show that was out of state.
Yeah. It'd be nice to sit here and be able to, or it's nice to have somebody else in your life, hey, I need a ride over here to take the car into the shop or something, or somebody else that you can depend on. But so I miss that from being single, because I've got really no family. They never really were in my life.
At Partibonza LOL.
My family was never really in my life, so they really have no involvement in my life. So it's just me. I got nobody I can call and be like, hey,
At Sunhoney Studio says, I really should have taken it as a huge red flag that they were too insecure.
Yeah. But yeah. So there are benefits. I don't know.
Thomas Vermeeren says, Belgian is very open mind, so nothing here to carry out yet.
Holy crap. You kidding me here? I gotta put the box down. I can't get enough traction to get off the pile. There we go. That's hilarious.
At Partibonza says, at Sunhoney Studio LOL, did you guys break up a lot? At Joseph Nupel says, we are your family, Eric.
Yeah, but it's different having somebody local, you know. I can't call any of you guys and be like, hey, I could use a ride over here, you know. I mean, or hey, I could use a hand holding this while I'm fixing this.
James Bond says, Eric is a lone wolf.
Yeah, not 100% by choice. You know, it's just circumstances. I mean, I had shitty parents that basically put me in the court system. And I was raised by the state of Wisconsin.
Thomas Vermuren says, Eric, sad to hear. I have many fans.
Yeah. So it's weird. It is what it is. You know, I didn't grow up in foster care. I might have actually had like good foster parents if that would have been the case. I grew up in group homes and stuff like that. So my birthday gift was happy birthday, get the fuck out. On my 18th birthday.
At Pardibonza says, the first breakup never takes. It's like a candy machine. You have to rock it back and forth before it finally goes over.
Gotcha. Alright. Well, we are back. We are back here. Let's see, I got a few minutes. I mean, what time is this? What time is it? It's almost 4. I mean, I guess that's kind of a normal... That's about normal. It's a little earlier. Not too bad. So let's figure out who we can raid. We'll raid somebody.
James Bond says, yeah, that sucks, Eric. Sorry to hear that happened to you, sir.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, that's just life. Life sometimes happens that way. You know? You can cry over spilled milk or nothing, but I mean, I think it made me the person I am, you know? I mean, had I not had those struggles in my life, I wouldn't have had to learn how to
At
fix...
Richard Bishop TJ4E says, good afternoon, Eric and chat crew.
Good afternoon, Richard. I wouldn't have had to learn to be self-sufficient and fix things and, you know, become a mechanic and do all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, in a sense, you know, that lifestyle is what made me the person I am, you know? So, I don't know.
At Sunhoney Studio says, I'm not that type of girl. At Partibonza, I am very understanding and patient, but when I am done, I don't go back.
Yeah. No, I hear that.
At Thomas Vermuren says, hey Richard, hi. At Richard Bishop TJ4E says, howdy there, Chris Ayers mate.
Ha ha ha.
At Partibonza says, at Sunhoney Studio got it.
Wow, there's like nobody really live streaming. Not even... What the hell? Not even... oh no, Sweets is gonna get her...
Leroy says, I think you turned out just fine.
I think I did. I mean, it is what it is. So Sweets, we're gonna send you over to Sweets. So if you guys haven't seen her bird channel, it's very pretty. You know, she's right on the lake.
James Bond says, yeah, both my parents are dead and gone. Sadly, my mother when I was 12 and father when I was 23 from cancer, so not a good time back then, but I have survived, same as you have, Eric.
Yeah. Alright, so we're going to send you over there. I know you guys like scenery and stuff, and it's a very beautiful stream. Hop in, you know, at least say hi. You know, even even if you guys don't stay, at
At
least say
Richard
hi.
Bishop TJ4 cheers mate, hope your day is good so far.
Let her know that I sent you, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. I mean, that's what we got here. So everybody, thank you very much.
At Richard Bishop TJ4 says, Chris Ayers and Eric, all my family I grew up with have passed away, sir.
No, I feel ya. Mine, but see, that's what sucks. Mine haven't passed away, but they might as well have. I mean, they may as well have passed away.
James Bond says, sorry to hear that. At Richard Bishop TJ4